T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yes, it's me. I am the one to make you see where we belong. I'll be shaking like a leaf, all wrapped up in my dirty sheets. If I agree to what comes next, I will be faking with the best of them. It seems a crime I will commit without the difference of all the world's gifts. I want sweet, sweet, sweet. Could you taste it? Never, 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 never taste it. Do, all the time. I scream and in the dead of night. All those faces come back to me. I'll be begging to swim the sea. Yeah, man, I'll put your story, make it cry in all your glory. I need to quench the thirst of many to justify and make ready. Sweet, 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 can't you taste it? Never, 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 never. This realization is a strange show. If you're sent to, you're invited to believe. These are the words I speak. These are the words I speak. A dislocation from where we once came from. Give sounds of artists as we want to go on. These are the words she speaks. These are the words we speak. Sweet, 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 sweet. You taste it.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them real good! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Happy day to you. We have only today and tomorrow left in trading. I know there's a lot of fun, exciting news out there that people have been reading. You know, some of the stuff that we saw happen yesterday. You know, there was the 10 million shares that occurred at 1 minute after the end of the day yesterday. You know, we saw some really strange activity with CHX volume in the range of like 800,000, over 800,000 shares that went through CHX. Actually, what was that final number? Let me just look here real quick because I did update. The final number on that CHX volume was 807,090 shares. So there was quite a lot of volume through there. I've heard some stuff about FBI, or I think it was FBI or Actually, I don't remember. There was some kind of news about some kind of investigations that were going on and whatnot. All I would say, guys, is that in a lot in some of that news that you are hearing, do remember that that's part of the hedge fund playbook. Uh, there's, I mean, it was literally. Oh, let me open up the playbook here real fast. Hold on one second. That is listed in the um, description of this channel. There is the hedge fund playbook, and let me see if I can find what I titled that. Pretty sure. Thought I put it in here. Huh, maybe I didn't put it in here. Well, maybe I should put it in here. Understanding order types. Hedge fund playbook. There it is. Found it. It's at the very end. It's just before why am I here? In the hedge fund playbook. Let me read it to you guys. Some of the things. Massive counterfeiting can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make the market crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following: media assaults. Let's see here. Analyst reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target companies' customers' financings, etc., pulling margin from long customers, paid bashers. All this is all part of their playbook. So when you read these stories that you're seeing that are popping up, remember that they're stories. You know, if you want to get excited by them, fine, get excited by them. But just know that that's, very likely could be part of the playbook in regards to, frivolous lawsuits and SEC, fake investigations that aren't really going to lead to anything that's going to help anything. These are all things that are all exactly written out in the playbook. So just remember that it's just news. It's not over. It's not over until we see people packing up their boxes and walking out of the front door of some of these hedge funds. That's how you know it's over. That's it. That'll be the news. So, but good morning to everybody this morning. I have not finished making my coffee. if I seem a little edgy this morning, and that's why I haven't had my coffee yet. But yeah, just remember, guys, I don't want you to get too excited by the news because I don't want it to be one of those things where it blows up and it's just a big bag of nothing. I mean, how many times have we seen that happen so far? It's pretty often. So don't let that news drive you. You drive. You do the driving. You do that driving, and don't let that news drive you. I'm gonna go finish making my coffee real quick. I just gotta pour the creamer in it real fast. Let's see here, because apparently I'm not. I'm with the 38% of you out there that want cream and sugar in your creamer and or sugar or sweetener in your coffee. So I'll be right back, and we'll take a look at what's going on for the day, the numbers. Be right back. All right, so I know I'm a sick individual, but I do microwave my coffee for like 30 seconds after I brew it. It's not hot enough. I gotta have it like scalding hot. Like I need McDonald's hot coffee. You know, the kind that causes you if you spill it on yourself to get into a car accident. That's the kind of coffee I need. If it's not that hot, screw it. I don't want it. Coffee lava. That's right, Funky Pizza Records. Coffee lava is the best. Coffee's made for sipping, not gulping. Sammy Boy says McDonald's coffee is so hot. It's, Tim says to your microwave. All right, so let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It is 6:20. Let's see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I log in. This is going to give me an opportunity to give you guys the speech. Oh yeah, I got to clean the glasses too. Speech, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. It's a great source of a great way to protect your account. And when you're doing that, make sure to set it up for a secondary device that can access the code. In case something should happen to your primary, you can still send that code out to some place you can get it. Let me get my code, speaking of which. And yeah, there's that. Also, remember that as I take you to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Herbie back up on the page again. So hold those thoughts specific to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to see him until Herbie's back up there. Cleaning the glasses. Cleaning the glasses. Well, I can already tell you guys right now, I kind of was looking at some of the numbers. I couldn't help myself this morning. I mean, there were some specific things that I wanted to see have happen, and I really wanted to see them before you guys got a chance to see them, just because I wanted to be a little excited about them, and I'm excited. I can tell you right now that off exchange or short exempt volume, sorry, not off exchange, short exempt volume over the last 3 days or 4 trading days actually. 4 trading days on Ape. I think if you were to total it all up, would be more than 4 million shares in total. But we'll cover those numbers here in just a minute, and you'll see for yourself. It was very large again with the SSR getting tripped. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Starting on the top left-hand side, these are just price prediction by 4 guys who are five guys that are just trying to 5 apes, I should say. 5 apes trying to figure out what price is going to be within a $3 range on a day-to-day basis. I had 460 to 760 yesterday. Eric had 5 to 8. Keto had 478 to 778. Einstein had 519 to 819, and Primal or Apex had 425 to 725. The combined price on closing yesterday was $1.45 for AMC or for Ape and 3.84 for AMC, for a grand total of 529. Einstein was in this time getting his point. Everybody got a point yesterday. No points lost. Let me add those up real quick here. And we'll move on. Take a look at that short exempt volume. All right. Short exempt volume was not very high on AMC, and the reason for that is that you know, we had low volume number one, and whenever you have low volume, you didn't trip SSR. That short exempt volume is not going to be nearly as high, so it was only 229.8 thousand shares. We were just under 30K in volume for the day yesterday. Ape short exempt volume was 1.311 million. That's pretty high. AMC finished down 4.71 yesterday. And Ape was down 24.08%. Let's check out that utilization. AMC showing 100% utilization. That is day number 3. We had a reset of the utilization counter. And Ape is sitting at 78.19. Wow, weird. Okay, so they're having some really weird stuff going on with utilization. It looks like maybe somebody decided they were going to loan shares out again. Because we went from like 70, high 70s or maybe 70-ish range to 90, and then now we're back down to 78.19. Weird stuff going on over there. Lenders, the lenders of shares are, I think, confused as to whether they want to lend shares or not. Wait, maybe you can have them, maybe you can't. I don't know. Maybe today we don't feel like lending shares. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but interesting numbers. Volume for Max Payne. I think we might actually see Max Payne drop to 450 today. Let's see what it's at. 450 it is. Taking a look at off-exchange volume, a normal day would end up being about 64% combined between off-exchange and EDGX volume. For AMC, the total off-exchange volume was 72.2%. That's the only reason that that's as large as it is because there was that 10 million shares in the aftermarket hours that went through an off-exchange. So it drove that off-exchange number way up. It would have been 11 million shares, but it ended up being 21 million shares due to that. So that's why that number is so high. EDGX was 6.37%. For a grand total 78.57%. If a normal day is 56, then we were 12.57% higher than where we should have been for a normal day of volume going through those exchanges. Also, do note at the end of the day, CHX volume was 2.73% of the total daily volume, or 807,000 shares of volume going through that exchange. When a couple weeks ago, the highest amount that we would see on a daily basis was about 0.25%. So 4, 8, 9 times, no. 8, 9, 10, 11 times higher than what it would normally be. That's pretty massive. And to me, it's a sign that somebody's closing out positions. On Ape. Off exchange, 62.51%. EDGX is at 6.7. Grand total between the two on Ape was 69.21%. Nice. That's about 5.2% higher than where it should have been. CHX volume was very, very normal. On GME, CHX volume is, let's see here, normal. And on HYMC, CHX volume was normal. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was 140.185. It dropped. It is now 139.441. Moving on to options. Highest amount of open interest. 4 calls. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest for calls was at a $5 strike. It is now $4.50, dropping down half a dollar. And at $4.50, there is currently 16,000 contracts, while there was 13.5 at $5. So a little bit of a jump there. On puts, highest amount of open interest volume is at a $3 strike. Yesterday there was 13.5 thousand contracts there. There's 14.5 now. And give me just a minute. I'll move a couple of screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. The rest of the data. I had to do it. Good old Paul Harvey. My mom would appreciate that. I wonder someplace I got to go find my my mom. I don't know why she did this. But she called in, I believe it was Paul Harvey. She called into Paul Harvey and had me talk to Paul Harvey. And I've got somewhere a recording of like 2-year-old me talking to Paul Harvey on I believe it was the radio. Hold on a second here. I'm having difficulties moving stuff around. Why are you being so difficult? Stop being so difficult. It's too early for this. Oh, you son of a gun. Oh, reopen. Ah, sweet. There it is. You can see I'm having problems. It's not going well over here. All right, the data that you're seeing in the top right-hand corner, guys, is Ortex data for AMC currently. Now that I've got that all situated, let me take you guys over to the other page. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $5.38. We did drop down to about $5.12 at one point. We did break out of a descending parallel channel on the downside, which is very, very unusual and not typical at all. I did have this as the breaking point above the descending parallel channel. I don't know if this was an attempt to shake out paper hands right here. If we end up trading back in this and breaking through the top side of this descending parallel channel right where the box is that I had from yesterday, that's what I would probably say is this was probably a last ditch attempt to try and really shake out as many paper hands as possible in the marketplace. Whether or not on the news of well, I don't want to say it. I can see a reason why people may have decided to sell AMC recently. I'll just say that, and so with that news, with the price dropping as hard as it was dropping yesterday, you may have seen some rebalancing of positions, and so there this may have been an encouragement to try and get those positions to be swapped, which in my opinion would be a fatal mistake. But people be people. I can't stop people from doing what they're going to do. Buy and hold, integrity, guys. That's what it's all about. It's about integrity. Let's take a look and see what we got going on with Ortex data over here. Short share interest of the free float this morning on AMC is at 21.58%. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what they look like over here. Utilization, there's your 100% for 3 straight trading days now, after having dipped down below 100% very briefly for one day. On loan amounts, day over day, pretty much. I mean, there was a change. It did go up by 20,000 shares. But I'm not even going to count that because I mean it's just pretty much the same thing. So really no change hardly at all. And on loan amount day over day, short share interest of the free flow. Let's see if that even changed at all. That one went from 21.57 to 21.58. So it looks like any kind of positions in short interest that were opened yesterday anything loaned yesterday was all short interest, pretty much. Like it was just, and it was very, very minuscule. That's going to have on loan average age per day continuing to rise. And it went from 83.14 to 84.03. And last but not least, your security lending volume yesterday was down quite a bit, from 8.1 million down to 3.02. Do note I don't know what to call this. The cost of borrow percentage is at 48, being reported at 48.74. The way that they report cost to borrow long term shows up a little bit differently than it does on the daily reported amounts. But the cost to borrow that was reported yesterday, the final number was 48.74. If we zoom out back just a tad bit here to forever and look at it, we haven't seen these kind of cost to borrow levels since right about like January 4th would have been the last time we had levels that were this high. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh, sorry, I'm singing. Let's see here. Moving on. On Ape, 7.41% of the short share interest of the free float for the day today. Utilization, having these really massive spikes going up and down here. Went from 86.22 down to 75.44, back up to 90.16, back down to 78.19. Just really weird activity going on there. I've never seen anything quite like it. On loan amount, not really changing a whole lot, considering the fact that utilization is moving all over the place. On loan amount for Ape yesterday did go up from 32.75 to 33.71. So we're looking at 25, yeah. 600,000 shares. I can't write anything down for AMC. 600,000 shares difference, and then you've got on loan average age per day. I would expect that to continue to be heading up because that 600,000 shares in new loan shares is not going to be a whole lot, and it is indeed still driving up from 27.22 to 27.4. And security lending volume day over day increased from 3.84 million to 5.42 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. The orders on the page here are, let's see what they're reporting. Looks like Fidelity only reported the last 4 minutes of trades that went through. Ape is definitely in the top 10 with a 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. GME is on the list with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. And AMC is on the list as well with a 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. Looking really good. Numbers are looking really great in the fact that people are still purchasing. Not afraid of these numbers. SSR triggers at $3.46. Shares available to borrow. That's for AMC. Actually, let me figure out Ape real quick here and tell you where that's at. Hold on one second. I need to write it down for myself anyways. $1.305. Shares available to borrow, 0 out of the ETFs. It looks like they did borrow that 135,000 shares out of the ETFs, almost all of it. They borrowed all but 4,000 of it. Do note that there was also additional 75,000 shares as of 1 o'clock in the morning that have since been borrowed. and the fees are showing up at 114%. So in total, let's see here, 210,000. So I'm just going to round down a little bit. So I'm just going to say 200,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. Yesterday it was 135,000 shares. Today it's 200,000 shares. There's currently 101.9 thousand. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I'm pretty certain if I were to go back into in yesterday's stream, I think there was only like 80,000 out of the money calls. And now there's 101.9 thousand. Like people just can't. I know a lot of this is institutional movement, but I mean, it just seems to me like people just can't keep their mitts out of these call options. Uh, in the money, there's 1.4 thousand contracts. Out of the money, there's 29.3 thousand puts that are like I said, that are out of the money. In the money puts is 44.3 thousand. So at least we do have some puts that are in the money, I guess. Going into next week and the week after, the options do look a little bare. I kind of hope they stay that way. As of right now, there's only a total of 55,000 contracts that are out of the money, either on the puts and adding up the puts and the call side. And the week after that, there's only 22,000 contracts that are out of the money. How is this market looking? Are we going to open? So for the last two straight trading days, we had the market looking like it was going to open up with about somewhere between 1/4% and 0.5% up on market open, and then the market didn't open that way at all. Today it's looking like we're going to open up somewhere between 1/4 and 0.6%, somewhere right around there. The VIX is showing up. Futures on VIX are showing down, rather, I should say 1.01%. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's a rug pull again on this one or not. Market looks like it wants to head up, but what actually happens when market opens may be an entirely different story. The order book has completely cleared out almost entirely on AMC. It looks like they're unwilling to trade due to a lack of liquidity until shares are available to borrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is another 20 minutes from now. How's it looking on Ape? Still got an order book over there. There's liquidity. They got liquidity over on Ape. US dollar currently at 104.27. Just kind of want to look at that real quick here. It did break out of the descending parallel channel and wedge that it was in. Actually, I have two. Is it two different wedges? No, I did have a descending parallel channel. We had a descending parallel channel and a wedge inside the channel, and it broke through both of those two, trading out sideways. And it's inside the box, the last box that I've got here for the potential breakout period, to where I think that this may head up into the maybe perhaps head up to like the 106, 107 range, potentially for the US dollar, which would be a $3 increase. Which should ultimately cause the market price would mean that the market price is falling or should fall. Oil was down yesterday 5.7%. SPY in the pre-market is up 0.48. We've got Tesla up 4.84% in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.76. Cinemark is down 0.48. Doge is up 0.45. Bitcoin is up 0.35 at 16.6 a coin. GME is up 1.17, HYMC up 3.63, Hood up 0.65, CS is down 0.03, NCMI is down 4.56, Ape is up 0.69, and AMC is up 1.56. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning on AMC, we've seen about 20,000 shares, almost 21,000 shares traded so far. That is pretty low volume. On a 1 hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.77, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.38, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.55, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, yesterday there was a total of $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, 208,000 shares have traded. Oh, by the way, yesterday's prediction on volume for AMC was 10 to 30 million. We hit 29.5. And Ape's volume prediction was 50 to, what did I say, 50 to 70, and it was 52.2. So got both of them right. So I'm going to try and use yesterday's numbers to try and help me kind of figure out where we're going to be heading for the day today. Since volume does seem to be super elevated on Ape compared to what we've been seeing from the past. On a 1 hour time interval, there's currently, I'm going with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI. It might be slightly more selling pressure, but with an RSI at 43.01, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.74, which is about average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.82, which is above average. And taking a look at Ichimoto. On the 1 hour time interval for, what am I looking at here? Is this right? This doesn't look right to me. Oh yeah, we did break down through the green cloud. Okay. So we broke down through the green cloud like normal. Normally price likes to try to rise back up through red clouds. Clouds. Let's see here. So when price usually gets back into the cloud, that tends to trade sideways, as it's a kind of like an area of uncertainty as to where price should move to. And so investors kind of become neither bullish nor bearish on their investment or the potentials of the investment. So we may see a little bit of sideways trading for the day today, but I do expect to see some upwards momentum going into tomorrow on AMC. Actually, this says I'm looking at Ape. I'm sorry, on Ape. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. So none of this really signifies a buying signal. However, if price were to drive above $1.91, you could see this become a very big buy signal. Writing down $1.91. On a 4-hour chart here, we have lagging line above price line. We have conversion above base, but we've got price line now touching base, which is usually a sell signal. We are at a red cloud, and price likes to move down through thinner portions of red clouds and drive up back through green clouds. Sorry. Price likes to drive down through green clouds and up through red clouds. So we have a thinning portion of green cloud, and it looks to me like that really kind of starts like, I don't know, like tomorrow, maybe even like Tuesday next week is where the green cloud really seems to be forming from. Yeah. So we might see price kind of tend to walk its way down here and try. It might trade down to maybe around like $1.13 on AMC or Ape rather. Sorry, Ape might trade down to about $1.13 ish, or maybe even a little bit further to get through the green cloud sometime between now and tomorrow. Taking a look at AMC. Man, I keep saying them backwards this morning. Taking a look at AMC on the 1 hour chart here, we've got price rising above the conversion. Conversion is below base. Lagging line is below price line. There is a point in here today where the lagging line could cross the price line at about 405. I don't know. I doubt that'll get the conversion above the base, but it might give a little bit of buying pressure to drive it up to the cloud. We did pass what I would consider the thin portion of the cloud, which oftentimes it means that price will wait to drive up through the thinner portion of a cloud in the backside of a red cloud. But uh, I think that buying potential at 405 is there. And that could help boost the price up to as far as up to maybe like 415. So there might be a little bit of buying pressure between 405 and 415. The top of the cloud is going to be $4.54. So that is ironically what Max Payne's at is 450. So I don't know. We could see price start driving up through this cloud, but I would see that buying pressure starting around 405. We're at 390 currently. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Again, this would not turn into any kind of big buying signal until we hit on the 4-hour chart until we hit something in the range of like 593. So quite a ways up there. Do note though that the cloud is thinning out, and that could mean potential for driving through the cloud potentially tomorrow. Is what I'm kind of looking at as a forecast. In which case, that cloud does drop down to the range of about $5.20. So if we get enough buying pressure to get us back up to that 450 range in price, we could see price jumping through the cloud and hitting somewhere in the range of $5.20 and maybe even more. There was something I want to go back and revisit on Ape real quick here. On the 4-hour chart for Ape, I didn't really kind of discuss like what price would need to get to for up or high. I think in order, if we were to break 191 on price, I think anything above $2.28 or setting a new high from this last bottom that we've had would need to be the case. So we would have to see something above 228 or a retest of 228. I'm not expecting that, but I just wanted to write it down. All right, those are our push points for AMC 405 and Ape 191. AMC seems way more possible than Ape does, but you never know what happens. Investors come in and decide to start buying, and things can just take off pretty quickly. Pokey stick of volume in 8 minutes. And let me get you guys back up on the page here. All right. I immediately go over to the comments section. It says Black Mold was timed out by Tim Leedy for 300 seconds. Black Mold was timed out by myself for 300 seconds. That's pretty funny. I might be the only one who has the ability to ban. I thought I wasn't. Oh yeah, that's an instant ban. I see it. Taken care of. That's kind of odd though, because I've seen people show up on my ban list that I've never banned before. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, they can change their names. I hadn't thought of that. Huh. Now I feel like I need to go back over my correspondence for those who asked if they've been banned and I didn't ban them. I thought you guys were the ones doing it. Now I need to go look up and see how that whole banning thing has. See if you guys have that ability or not. Jesus United Church, thank you very much. Appreciate you too. Oh, you guys want to know who's on there? Give me a second. How long of a list do you want? Wait. Shall we go back in time? I mean, I guess we are kind of wrapping up the end of the year here. Maybe it might be fun to kind of go back over some of the names that we've decided to remove ultimately. I say we. Sometimes I just ultimately decide. I have given you guys choices on some of them as well. Um, hold on a second here. Let me go find out. We'll do a little look back in history here and see who all has gotten the boot over the year. We can bid them a farewell to the year. Oh my gosh, it's so big. I didn't mean it to come. There's some. I don't know if this is all gonna fit on one list here. Let me see how this looks. All right. So first off, there's 2,791 characters. So when I can only put in 200, but let me see if I can delete these out here. All right, there's the first part of the list. There is no commas in there, so you kind of have to figure it out for yourself where the commas are supposed to be. Huh. I see two black molds. That's kind of interesting. There's so many names. They're just going to keep on coming. Myself says, "Oh yeah, the adult website dudes. Yep, I kept nailing them. As soon as they pop up, I nail them." Let's see here. I feel like some of these are like duplicates, though. Is it just me? Is it putting them in twice? I don't know. Some of them look like duplicates. Yeah, they're duplicate. I don't know why it's showing up as duplicates in here. For some reason, when I copy and pasted it went ahead and put in duplicates. I don't know. We're just going through history here, recording, letting you guys see all the fun names from the past. Man, this one I don't even know where to cut and paste from. And this might be actually fun for I mean, it's not like they can't still watch. This might be fun for them. They get to see their name pop up and be like, "Yeah, I remember that. I remember when I got the boot." Well, I mean, I just noticed. I noticed. I don't. Let's see. Who said that? Savvy said, "Why Arthur Martin? Is Arthur Martin on this list here? If Arthur's on this list here, I have no idea why. No idea. Like I said, sometimes people just show up on the list, and I've had people message me and be like, "Hey, am I silenced on your stream?" And I go, and then I look it up and see that they are, and I didn't do it, so I don't know. I thought that's why I thought somebody else was doing them. Maybe we need amnesty here for some of these names. I don't remember about Olin Smith. I don't usually keep track of like why specifically they were put on there, which might not be a bad thing to do. Oh, hey, this one won't let me push. This one won't let me execute in the chat because it's got a word in there that I've got blocked. Hold on a second. I can't see what it is you guys are writing at the same time, so give me just a second here, and then we can discuss them. All right, there's the end of the list. Casey, you might want to stop posting those adult websites. Man, I couldn't. I just was banning them like crazy. That's it. That's all of them, guys. Oh man. Alex says, "How long can we go, Casey?" I was thinking 310. 313, I think, was a turning around point that I've got written down here. All right, those are the ones. So let's talk about them. First off, Arthur should not be on that list. So let me go back over here to the list, find Arthur on the list real quick here, and let's remove that one because I know Arthur's good. I don't know why he's on there, other than the fact that it might not actually be the Arthur Martin that we know. Let me reach out to before I get rid of this. Let me reach out to Arthur and make sure that he's all good and make sure that he still has the ability to talk to us on here real quick. Give me just a second while I find him. There he is. Because I don't want to accidentally remove somebody from the list that shouldn't be removed. Because it is possible that somebody could have been spoofing his account and possibly been banned for whatever it was that they were saying, and then or changed their name thinking that if I saw their name on there that I would just automatically take them off. Our Pokey Stick of volume did come through for AMC. It was 56,000 shares. We have 82,000 shares so far. Not a whole lot's traded since then. So about 30,000 shares going into the Pokey Stick. That's not enough for me to guess more than 10 to 30 million shares traded on AMC for the day today. And on Ape, looks like Pokey Stick volume came in at 394,000 shares, 627,000 shares so far combined, and not a whole lot of volume since. So I would say we had about a little somewhere around the range of like a little over 200,000 shares, maybe 225 going into the Pokey Stick. This much volume. Let me do the math here because this one's a little bit more difficult for me to figure out here because they've been jacking around with this volume so much that it's really difficult to guess. Let's see, 1 million shares would equal 200 million total volume for the day. 500 would be 100 million shares. 6 would be probably like 130-ish, 125, 125 million, or like, yeah, 125 million shares. And then I'm going to divide by 2. So I think we're looking at like, actually it's 1/3. So 125 divided by 3 times. That's about right. I think we'll hit maybe around like 41.6 million shares for the day today. So I'm going to drop my volume prediction from 30 to 50 million shares by the end of the day today on Ape. Yeah, that should be about right. 30 to 50 million shares is what I'm going to give for prediction on Ape. AMC at 10 to 30 million. All right, let me go back up here and see in case you're making a list and checking it twice and more. That's pretty good, Deborah. I know, right? Because they got their names on there twice. That's pretty funny. I like that. Let's see here. Myself says maybe Arthur was banned under another name and changed his name back after. That's also a possibility. So I don't know what the case may be, but I sent him a DM in Discord and we'll see what he says back to me and see if he writes back. I don't know. Mr. Finance says, I find that more people drift to entertainment for distraction instead on solving complex problems that would benefit the masses. I am not so easily entertained after this long of a battle. I would liken it more, Mr. Finance, to coping, right? I feel like a lot of times humor really kind of helps you to cope with the stresses of the battle, the psychological battle that's happening. And so, while I understand what it is that you're saying, like you want to see action being taken in order to fix things, um, a lot of it is that there are a lot of things that are changing, but take time to change. And I know what you're saying. I get it. I totally understand what you're saying, but I know that there's a lot of people out there who aren't willing to do anything above and beyond buying and holding. So, which is part of one of the reasons why I've always said that this is why I was so encouraged by this play being a possibility, is that it allowed people to do the very bare minimum and still be able to make a huge impact in what's happening, which was buy and hold. And when you make it that simple, when you make it as simple as just buying and holding, and that's all they have to do, then you've basically you've dumbed it down to just 2 things. That's it. And you can affect the entire market based off of those 2 things. So while there are people out there who want to do more, and I encourage that, I encourage people who want to do more, don't expect everybody to participate. Not everybody wants to do more. And that's okay too. You have to realize that that's okay. It is okay for people to only want to just buy and hold and that's it. But if you want to do more, take it upon yourself to go out and do more. It's okay. That's perfectly okay too. But don't expect people to participate because it needs to be as simple as just buying and holding for it to be effective. But if you think, Mr. Finance, that you need to do something more, I highly encourage you. Come up with a plan, put people together, do something. But if the people don't want to participate, don't be discouraged. Just know that that's probably the case, that you've run into that. Z Wade says, gonna find out who's shilling or nice. Casey Claus is shutting you down. Chan Chan was not on the list, but that's Tim. That's only because I think Chan Chan had changed his name at one point when he got by the time he got the ban. No, Midget, I'm not avoiding you. I just don't. Whenever you type in a message, I just don't see it because I'm either off doing something else or it's. I think your timing is just really poor on when you put your messages in because I'm off looking at something else at the time when you put it in. It could be that you're not live and so I'm not seeing your messages. Also, um, I do see that I've got tons of messages in the Discord right now that I haven't gone over yet from yesterday. Darren says, stress? What stress? I love the attitude, Darren. It's easy for you, hard for others. Roseanne Garb says, good morning, Casey. What is going on with your name? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on with my name? Darren says, or I mean, Deborah says, wasn't that when he was joking around and changed his name to Casey Shaw? Ooh. I don't know, Deborah. It's a good question. I don't know if that was the case or not. I don't. If he did that, I didn't know about it. I do remember somebody coming in as me and then stating that I sold my shares. I was like, that wasn't funny, and I banned them. Myself, Manjit is up top. She's in there. She just wrote a message just a minute ago. I think myself is messing with Manjit now by saying that. I'm combing out my beard right now. It needs a good combing. We got first, Joe. We got to make sure that it's the real Arthur. But Donkey Kong says, I never see Manjit. I think she blocked me. I think you would still. I don't know how that works exactly, but Donkey Kong. But I think if she blocks you, she doesn't see you. I don't think that she can stop you from seeing her. I don't think. I don't know for sure, but I'm not positive. There was a point in time, guys, where I had gone on to Reddit and I had this like idea. I was like, hey, what we need to do is we need to get everybody together, buy bananas, and go to your state capitals and do like a silent protest where we just pass out bananas. Don't even say anything. You just sit there and pass out bananas to people, right? Like and maybe make gorilla sounds when you hand it, go, and then give them a banana or something, right? And then people will go like, what was this all about? It like creates or generates like kind of excitement, or people go like, "Oh, this, people are doing something weird with bananas. What's going on with this?" And it catches on with the news media. I threw out the idea on Reddit, and it immediately just started getting dumped on with like, no, 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 we're not doing that kind of crap, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I actually ended up deleting it because I felt like it was such a distraction to the community with the amount of downvotes that it was getting. I was like, okay, never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry for mentioning it. I thought it was a good idea. Rob says, Casey, I've watched you on and off for a long time. Enjoy the content. Be honest. Do you think it's over? No, I do not. I do not think that it's over. Far from it. I see a lot of Casey Shaw. I don't know what you mean by that, Roseanne. Oh, are you saying that when I posted those comments, are you saying when I posted the names into the chat section that my name popped up on there quite a bit? If that's the case, that may be because I have certain words. There's only a couple words. I don't remember exactly which ones they are. They are. You could test it out. I'll tell you what the words are. I blocked I blocked fire the emoticon of fire because that seemed to be a popular one for those nude websites. I blocked nude and I blocked satisfy. I blocked those I blocked those words. Just because of the fact that I just wanted to make sure that that those annoying stupid accounts wouldn't be posting stuff up there anymore. So I was trying to get rid of them, and it seems to have worked for the most part. We don't see them anymore. Most of the actions. But Donkey Kong says, "How do I unblock if it's me?" You have to go to her profile, YouTube profile, and you have to unblock her through that. And I'm the only thing I can do to help you out with that. Let me see here real quick. Let me try to get you there. Mm, there's a way to do this. Give me 1 second, and I might be able to give you a link to get to her YouTube's page, and then you might be able to undo it from there. Hmm. Give me 1 second. That didn't work. Hmm. What I would do is go to Google and figure it out. Because I actually the way that you do it, the way that you have to do is you have to go to their YouTube channel and you have to find somehow you have to find that and one of the only ways I know how to do it, I think, is to right click on the name. But if you can't see her, that's not going to help you out. But if somebody can right click on her name, who's a moderator, and then go to her profile. Once you go to the profile, you can link us the profile link, and then or she could help me out by doing it herself. She could post up her profile name, and then anybody who's if you accidentally have her blocked or whatever, you could go to that and unblock through that. Point Break Thor says, I think my wife blocked those words at home too. Any ideas on how to unblock? Hit a MOASS. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Keto Genesis says 478 778. I got you down, Keto. Keto's going with the same numbers he went from the beginning of the week. He's not changing it up. He's dead set on 478 to 778. But Donkey Kong says, hell no, it's not over. I didn't. It wasn't naked, Joe. It was nude. It was nude. I was very careful because I thought if I put naked in there, we won't be able to say naked shorts. And I was like, I can't do that. We need to be able to say naked. So I put in nude in there. Keto says encouraging that every analyst, quote unquote analyst, has something to say about AMC and never mentions Ape, by the way, to add to market cap. We are close, y'all. Roadster guy says KCCTB only applies if you borrow the shares and don't return them by end of day, right? Um, so cost to borrow is a yearly amount. It's not something that is it's not a daily interest rate. The fees for borrowing are a different story, and I'm not sure the specifics on that. And I would think that uh, it is possible. I guess what you're looking for, the answer that you're looking for, Roadster guy, is that there's a way to locate a naked short, right? A naked short is a way to locate and return before the end of the day. However, if they don't return before the end of the day, then they end up turning into borrows, actual borrows. So if they have actual borrows, then it becomes a problem because they really have to borrow the share. And if the share is not really there to be borrowed because it was only a temporary locate and it's not actually there, then they've got even worse problems because now it becomes a naked short that has no borrow attached to it, which means there's a failure to deliver. Um, so in a roundabout way, I think I understand what it is that you're talking about. And yes, there is the possibility of cost to borrow not applying to all positions. So yes, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a sign of a lack of shares being available to be borrowed, which is really more of the importance of what the number means. It's supply and demand. It's a sign of supply and weak supply. That's what it's a sign of. Geraldo says, I'm going to go out on a limb and say AMC is going to run up in the next week or so, maybe 2 weeks. How high? No idea, but I smell one hell of a bounce at these prices. And then Deborah says after that, Geraldo, I smell the same. Y'all smelling some weird stuff. I didn't know you could smell time. I hear you, though. I feel it. I feel it too. Yeah, Mr. Finance, one of the biggest indicators that I've got out there that I have found to be repeatable over and 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 over, and has just proven itself again is on loan average age per day. When on loan average age per day hits the bottom and then starts to spike back up again over a 2 day period of time, you start a 15-day counter. The next 15-day counter that we have that for AMC that I believe that triggered was should provide us some kind of potentially large increase in price before the 9th of January for AMC. Let me go back to the numbers and just verify that real fast for you. On loan average age per day had a really large dip down to that ended on December 12th. Let's see, 12th. Is that correct? Oh, wait, hold on a second. I'm scanned way out here. Sorry, that was the wrong date. The bottom was on December 15th. Yeah, 15th. It's either the 15th or the 16th. It's hard to say because, I mean, technically the 15th was the bottom, but the 16th was pretty much the same value. So I would probably start the counter from the 16th, but it really doesn't matter. It's only one day apart. So uh, 15 trading days, taking out the holidays, and I'll count from the 15th, would put us on the 9th of January. And on Ape, that same signal occurred on three different dates. The first date was on December 2nd. The second date was on December 9th. And the third date was on December 22nd. So we've already had the first bump from December 2nd. Let me see here. Let me go back and check this real quick here. December 2nd, 1, 2, 3 would have been the 23rd. So from December 2nd to December 23rd was the 15 business days. And guess what? We rose really, really high on December 22nd. So we did start that big price increase. The second signal happened on December 9th, which means we should see a secondary, and I call it, when it originally when it happened, I told you guys that we would see a bimodal increase in value on Ape based off that signal, and so that tells me that by sometime, actually this is actually a continuation, right? A continuation of that, because from December 2nd to December 9th was 1 week's period of time. We've been seeing continuous price improvement up until yesterday. So from shoot, what was it? Thursday of last week all the way up until Wednesday. No, today's Thursday. Yeah, today's Thursday. Right up until Tuesday. So we had 4 continuous straight days of price improvement. So I would almost say that those 2 dates may have been congruent in that price movement. Now we've got another signal here happening on Ape on December 22nd. So yeah, again, you have to count 15 business days from December 2nd, leaving out holidays, which there's 2 holidays in there. So 1, 2, 3 would put us on the 16th of January. So yes. Man, I instinctively went back over to the chat box, saw El Doge in here, and almost immediately banned him. El Doge, you don't have to spam it, man. It's okay. Let me read back over here what everybody's saying here. The last time we spent this much time below 30 RSI, we lost half the value and never really recovered. It needs to bounce soon, in my opinion. Technicals matter. I agree. We've only just begun. Remember in maybe God's eyes? You said Hod's eyes. A day is like oh yeah, it's God's eyes. A day is like 1,000 years. Only 2 more decades. Oh, there it is. She corrected it. Okay. Alan, don't worry about it, man. Just set your price limits on your phone, and you'll get notifications. You'll be all right. They actually do borrow and hold, Geraldo. Believe it or not, that's how you know. The way that you can tell that is by that exact number that I just gave you, the on loan average age per day. So they actually that is an indication of how long those positions have been on hold for. So those loans have been on hold or been open and collecting time for and I'll just read off the values to you. But the average age of the loans. So here we go. Remember, there's 179 million shares on loan right now, and the average age on the loans right now is 84 days. So those loans are definitely accruing time. They don't just refresh them constantly and are seeing just a fraction. 84 days is a very big number. And because remember, it's only for trading days. When it's 84 days, it's trading days. It's not including weekends. It's including just trading days. So 84 days is over a quarter's. It's over a quarter. 65 trading days is a quarter, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on a second. Let's see, divided by, let's see, 91.7 times 13 weeks. 13 weeks is a quarter. Yeah, 65 days. 65 days is a quarter in trading days. So you've got 84 days. So you're looking at nearly like a quarter and a half worth of time that the average age. Remember, this is average age. This isn't how long is the longest loan's been on loan for. The average is 84 days. That's 1.5 quarters worth of time. That's massive. That is absolutely. It's not a quarter and a half. It's a little less than that. But I mean, that is absolutely stupid massive amount of time that those have been on loan for. So and the same numbers apply to Ape as well. The average loan age per day on Ape is 27.4 days. Considering the fact that this thing has only been open since August, I don't. I mean, I could do some quick math and kind of try and figure out for you exactly like how many trading days there is here, but it all fits on one page. Like legitimately, like every single one of the days traded so far fits on one page on Ortex, and I can see it all. And it's like nothing but consistent, like mostly consistent upwards movement on this on loan average age per day. So they've been holding on to these loans like since the beginning of the inception of Ape. Mr. Finance says, how do I see these signals real time? Is there something like a program that helps spot these indicators? Mr. Finance, the only way that I know of to get that number that I just showed you, or that I just told you about, that on loan average age per day, is through Ortex. And I provide it for you every single day, and I talk about it every day. But that's the only place that I know of. Manjit says, if they do a cap on the price for AMC and Ape, will be the same price for everyone, or will they individually contact each? If they do a cap on the price for AMC and Ape, will it be the same price for everyone, or will they individually contact each shareholder? I'm not sure what that means. In regards, whoa. Oh, I see. Uh, hey Nana, you don't have to time out Deborah. That stock ticker is no longer trading anymore. MMTLP is, we can talk about it. I don't have a problem with it because it's not trading. Deborah, just hold on a second. You'll give it 5 minutes and you'll be able to talk again. I'll touch on your topic here for just a minute. Give me a second. Let me read through the rest of these. Manjit, if you can explain what you mean by that better, because I don't quite understand what it is that you're saying there. Shows 0 shares available to borrow. They borrow short, rebuy on dip, and return them, then reborrow over and over before, always showing 0 available and only paying a tiny fraction of the cost to borrow. Yes, that is correct. Einstein's got 414 to 714.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No. Siri's talking to me over here, and I said no. All right, thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. Those aren't just short positions, Geraldo. That's shares on loan. Some of that's short, some of it's not. So, Deborah, in regards to MMTLP, and you said it's about to blow up in the hedgy phases, was listening to a space call last night. I don't, I don't know that it is. I don't necessarily agree with that, Deborah, on MMTLP. I think that I think, unfortunately, people got caught in a situation where they thought something was going to happen that wasn't going to happen. Much similar to how some people think that when it says when their broker says that we will ask institutions to close their short positions. I do believe that the definition of closing and what you think is closing of a position versus what the market actually does is two different things. And unfortunately, people over there on MMTLP who are stuck in a stock ticker that's no longer being traded on the market are not going to see purchased price action on that stock ticker any longer, and probably that was set up or designed to do just exactly that for that exact reason. And for the same exact reason, we will not see Ape have closed positions improving price. That won't happen. Yeah, that's Ortex, Glenn. Well, Geraldo, we're not mixing two different topics. The thing is you're talking about what they do on a daily basis, and that while that is true, what you have to remember is that if they don't close out those positions before the end of the day, it turns into what it is that I'm talking about, which is positions that do stay on the books and do have to be found. So there is daily. You're absolutely right, though. There is daily movement of positions that are open and closed, borrowed and not and returned every single day and don't add up over time. However, some of those positions get caught having to hold onto those positions and they carry over. And this is where you start seeing things like on loan amounts increasing and cost to borrow increasing because they don't have any additional shares to be able to continue to borrow. And the thinning out of the amount of shares available, it becomes larger and larger and larger. Well, I should say smaller and smaller and smaller, making the cost to borrow higher and higher and higher, which makes it much more difficult to do what it is that they do on a daily basis because it becomes more risky. It's the risk factor that's the problem. I have got that so many times before, Mr. Finance, on the whole can I trust Ortex data, and I'll say this. I've said it many times before. What would you rather have? Would you rather have 75% of data that you can see that you know is true and not false, or would you rather have data that no data at all? And I come from an engineering background, and I would rather see 75% of the data than no data, because 75% of the data gives you a picture or a great idea as to what's happening. Let me put it to you like this. Elections are called on far less amount of data than 75%. Elections. Our elections are called on less than 10% of the data sometimes. They make those calls off of 10% of the data or less all the time. They make these calls in advance because they can tell how it's going to turn out just based off of 10% of the total data that's been calculated so far. So will I take 75% of the data and formulate a idea of to where things are moving to or how things are moving? Absolutely. Absolutely, I will. Manjet says, if AMC goes out of hand and they put a cap and say this is the final price we're offering shareholders and that's it, take it or leave it kind of scenario. If AMC goes out of hand. Oh, gets out of hand. If it gets out of hand and they put a cap and say this is the final price. Okay, so wait. So now I got to go back and reread the other one. Hold on a second. If they do a cap on the price for AMC and Ape, will it be the same price for everyone, or will they individually contact each shareholder? I don't know that answer. You're talking about something that none of us have ever experienced and would be pure speculation. Mr. Finance says, isn't the market based off of a good percentage of speculation? Yes, but that doesn't mean that those numbers are speculation. They're holding a QSIP for their oil and gas ticker for some, not others, etc. Big blow up and showdown. Lots going on behind the scenes. I mean, we'll see, Deborah, but I don't have much faith that. I think MMTLP was a trap. To be quite frank, when you listen to the story, it was a big trap for retail investors. And let me tell you, there was a lot of trapping going on, a lot of it. And to be quite frank, and nobody probably wants to hear this, but Tony DeNaro was calling it out like it was, and I didn't even have my eyes on it at all because I don't talk about other stock tickers, but Tony DeNaro was warning people like a month and a half to 2 months before it even happened that they were going to get trapped in their positions, and everybody sat there and watched the price run up and then waited for it to close, assuming that they wouldn't stop trading after announcements that the stock ticker was going to be closing, right? Like anytime you have a major announcement from an organization that closes a stock ticker, and its price suddenly starts driving or moving in one direction or the other, doesn't matter up or down, it doesn't matter which way it goes, they will stop trading that stock ticker. The market is designed to not allow news like that coming on the closure of a stock ticker to allow price to continue to drive. It won't. Those are the kind of events that shut down entire markets. So what do? They shut it down. And people knew this like a month to 2 months in advance, and nobody even wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to listen because they're like, they have to close their positions. You don't understand what closing seems to mean. Closing a position does not mean that they are forced to go out and buy shares. Closing of a position means that you have to pay when the stock ticker is no longer traded, you pay the amount that is due to close the position. That's it. It's not going out and being forced to buy shares. The only time that ever happens is covering when a stock ticker is still moving and it's still being traded. That's the only time that ever happens. If your stock ticker is getting shut down, closing means something entirely different. Ayo says, Casey, I think she's asking about going into mediation arbitrage. Yeah, I understand what she's talking about, but I don't know. I don't know. I've never been through that before. I doubt hardly any of us probably have. Belarkey says, Casey, how long is the car going to stay up for? I don't know. I'm not sure. Aaron says, I don't agree, Casey. What about the people who were apart during Torchlight? I don't understand what you mean by that. Tony's wife is back home, is okay and back home. I haven't heard about what's going on over there. Deborah says, yep, I told my sister the same thing and she wouldn't believe me. If anybody was smart who had been involved in MMTLP and understood what closing means when a stock ticker is no longer going to be listed, they and it's completely shutting down, dead. We have a different situation on Ape where it's actually being converted. That's totally different. And this is why I said MMTLP and Ape is not the same thing. When MMTLP was being halted and stopped being halted to no longer be traded because of violent price movement after an announcement, that initial bump in price should have been everybody's clue to get to GTFO, not buy in. That should have been your initial clue to get out of Dodge. They're shutting it down. It's not going anywhere. It's dead. It's a dead stock. The news was already there. It was there in advance. People had the opportunity to get out when they could have wanted to, and they didn't. They waited because they thought closing meant that the shares had to be purchased at some point. and it's not what you think it is. John Vincent, I'm not going to comment on that in regards to did everybody lose their money in that stock. There's going to be litigation that has to occur, and that's a completely different story and probably would be unethical for me to talk about, because if something were to occur, it'd be speculation on my part, and it would be unfair to anybody who's in that position. So there is still a possibility that people could get money, and I say could in quotation marks. I have no idea what litigation is going to provide, but more than likely, if anybody's going to be getting any money out of that stock, it will be through litigation. And this is why I kept saying MMTLP has no relationship to AMC or Ape in any kind of fashion. This company is not bankrupt. It's not a falsely created stock. It's not any kind of closing of Ape would be a conversion. It's not an end to the shares that are being held within the stock. There's so many differences between MMTLP that have no relationship whatsoever to MMTLP, and yet the trying to draw the comparisons between the two, the links trying to be made between the two, are only being made so they can create fear within our community that something like that will happen to us. But the differences are drastically different. They're not even close to the same thing. They're so much different. Doug says, Casey, say hello to my wife, Gina. She's off this week. Gina, how's it going? Gina, if Doug forces you to listen to me and you don't want to listen, you tell Doug that it's okay. It's okay to go ahead and turn me off. That life will continue on after your time off, and you guys get to spend some important quality time together. Doug, it's important that you spend time with your wife, not me. I'm telling you right now, man, go and spend that important time. You'll never get it back. You never, never, ever get it back. Go spend that time with her. I'm telling you right now, man. But Gina, hi. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. But Donkey Kong said Scarlett fell down a flight of stairs, hit her head pretty hard. She was at the hospital and got checked out, but now she's home safe. This is the first I am hearing that, Donkey Kong. I'm gonna have to reach out to Tony. I had not heard about this. That is really bad. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Sean Alexander says the first ruling on MMTLP may come today from the Northern District of Florida. Doug says, okay. Hey, yo, quoted me. It's okay to turn me off. I mean, it is. There's no reason. You're not held hostage here. There's no hostage situation going on here. NC Proud Dad says, I like rep because it will make hedge funds buy, or I like, I think what you're saying is you like, maybe you mean you like the conversion. It will make hedge funds buy back all the synthetic shares, but don't like my share count going. Oh, I get it now. Reverse. You like the reverse split idea. I don't know. I guess rep is reverse split somehow, because it will make hedge funds buy back all my synthetic shares, but don't like my share count going from XXX, a bunch of X's, to just XXX. It's a love-hate relationship. So much nudity in that comment, NC Proud Dad. so much nudity. It's just it's a different way of thinking about it, NC Proud Dad, in regards to a reverse split. It's a consolidation of your position. The part that's going to suck isn't the it's not going to be the reverse split that's going to suck the most. What's going to suck more than that would be any kind of dilution that occurred after that. That's going to be the part that's going to kind of suck a little bit, because at that point, that's going to kind of dilute to you at a 10-to-1 ratio. So, or 1 to 10 ratio. Sorry, I said it backwards. So that's going to be the part that's going to hurt more than anything. It's not the consolidation of your position because you lose no value. That's not inherently where the problem lies. My hope is without seeing a proxy and all that kind of good stuff, that AMC would I would hope that AMC would do some kind of dilution at a later date. But of course, I know we all saw what happened with Ape. The longer they wait to dilute, the more they drive the price down, knowing that Adam Aaron can dilute. So more than likely, he will dilute sooner than later, only because of the fact that he needs to get that cash so he can remove the debt and or uh, potentially buy Cineworld. Either way, it doesn't matter one way or the other. Either way, it's positives for us. It's just one way has us eating the debt, and the other way doesn't have us eating the debt. And I know a lot of people have said before that they'd be willing to help pay down the debt. That's essentially what we would be doing. Brandon says if the debt is paid off, why would he dilute more? The debt's not paid off. I don't know that he would necessarily dilute more once the debt's paid off. Any dilution that I think that occurred to do that would probably be the end of it. Yeah, see, Glenn says I would rather see them dilute early before the crooked shorters get their hands on it, and that's the point, Glenn. Right? Like from a business perspective, why wait when you know that that's what they're probably going to do one way or the other? Look, guys, I gotta go take a break here. Um, let me. I got you down, Apex 375 to 675. Oh, you changing it? You're changing it. You had 425 to 725 before, didn't you? All right, I got you down. Um, Damn Yankee says, but what will stop manipulation? A company that is profitable. One fake AMC share plus one real Ape share at conversion would equal 50% of converted shares being real, giving us all some real shares. I don't know that I would necessarily look at it quite like that, Ice Cream. Yeah, that's probably not the best way to look at it because just because you have synthetic shares being reduced doesn't necessarily mean that you get rid of synthetic shares. Uh, I think I understand where you're going with that, but that's not what it does. It doesn't reduce the amount of synthetic positions that are outstanding. So all it does, I mean, it does decrease it, but it also decreases the total amount of outstanding shares as well by the same equal amount, which means that you're in the same position as you were before with no change. It's still the same ratio. The ratio doesn't get changed on synthetics versus real. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here real quick, guys. I gotta go talk to my wife anyways. We got some stuff we gotta take care of this morning. So let me put in my message real quick here, and if I'll be back for market open, but if I have to take a little few minutes after market open, I may need to. So let me put on some music, and I'll see you guys back at 15 minutes after the hour. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. Everybody's like, no sound. The music did stop. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It wasn't. It was a mistake. It wasn't. It wasn't on purpose. Let's see. We've got Ape is down right now, 3.43%. How's this market looking as far as an open goes here? Are we still looking up? Let's see. VIX is showing down 1.78% for the futures, and the market is looking up anywhere from 5% or half a percent to a full percent. Up right now, we are looking like a pretty green open on the market. I do believe since Ape was triggered SSR yesterday, it should still be triggered for today. If AMC's price is to move up, I would expect Ape to come down. Current price on Ape is around 1.4. I do expect that to come back down to somewhere around like $1.20-ish. So I'm going to go ahead and write that down. $1.20 is where I think we might see a close on that one. On AMC, I tend to think we're going to see a little bit of upwards momentum today, but not much. So I'm going to go with like maybe like 425 tops. And then of course I'm going to subtract a little bit out of this here. So we're looking at 555. I'll subtract $1 out of this and say 455 to 755 for my price prediction for the day today. That's very slightly lower than where I had it yesterday. Eric's coming in at, let me look at what he wrote down here. 410 to 710. All right. We got everybody down here. Sammy Boy says, what's the consensus here on Adam Aaron selling Ape at $2? If he did, Sammy Boy, he would have only been able to sell $40 million worth. And the reason for that is that the 8K filing basically stated that they were prohibited from being able to sell. In order to have that deal with Antera, the most that they could sell was $40 million worth. So, just throwing that out there. Yep, not a problem, Sammy Boy. Let me just take a look at. I want to look at a couple different things real quick here. The U.S. dollar right now is down 104.06. Still trying to trade sideways. It is making into the cloud for the day today. Pre-market, we've got SPY up 0.89%. Let's see. Some of our ETFs, our biggest holding ETFs, are trading sideways right now. No movement currently on VB or VBR. Cryptocurrencies are kind of trading sideways as well. Most everything is up pre-market except for Ape. make sure I get my lines back in here. Also, I need to set up SSR for the day today. I didn't set that up earlier. SSR trips at $3.46 for AMC. So I need to set that. And on Ape, I wrote down the number earlier so I could reset that one as well. We did trip it yesterday. $178. Let's see here. All right, so the new SSR trip point for the day today is going to be 1.305. Can almost guarantee they're going to try and push price down to hit that for sure. I have 120 as being the target level that they'll probably push this down to. If you look at SPF, synthetic price failures, $1.26 I believe is our current low. Let me just go back and make sure that's for sure that yeah, $1.26 is our most current low. If you look at $1.20, that'd be 47% down. We've seen most of these turn around at about 50%. And I think that's $1.13. Let's see. So actually 114. I know I said 120. Make it 114. 114 would probably be the turnaround point or thereabouts for Ape on seeing a new low. As it stands, though, at 126, the way that we'll know that that's not going to happen is if we see price push above $1.44. And it's actually 1.449, which is actually, I'll just put 1.45. Move this blue line here to that value so we know if it crosses that blue line that 113 will not be the case. Let me see here. What did I say? 1.45. Which is really close to a Fibonacci retracement that I've got here at 1.458. So if we do see price move back up to 1.45, actually, hold on a second. We already did that. From 1.26 in the pre-market hours, we actually already hit 1.45. And we drove up to actually 1.5, which is a synthetic price failure reset. I did not notice that. That was a 19.05% increase in the aftermarket hours alone. Okay. That's going to change my numbers. So let me redraw these in real quick here since I got just a few more minutes left. I need to move all this down here. The next stopping point would be $1.20 to $1.17. I know I said 114 earlier. I will stick to the 114 value just because it would have put us at a 50% drop in price, and it is aligning with a synthetic price failure from the last drive up in the pre-market hours. So they align pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and keep those values. And what was the values? Let's see. A synthetic price failure would occur again at $1.20. 20.07. That's perfect. And then 20% down would be $1.20. 1.207 is 19.5%. 1.2 on the nose would be 20% down. And then 21.5% down would be 117.7. Look for those to be the turning around points for the day today. I have a very strong feeling they're going to try and push this and trip SSR at 1.305, but I would continue to watch for the drop to at least these values before seeing a potential reversal. All right, it's time to get this morning started here. Glad I looked at those numbers because I didn't realize that we had hit those. Let's see where this day takes us. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yes, it's me. I am the one who make you see where we belong. I was shaking like a leaf cheeks. If I agree to what comes next, I will be faking with the best of them. It seems a crime I will commit without the difference of all the world's gifts. I want sweet, sweet, sweet. Could you taste it? Never, 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 never taste it. All the time, I scream in the dead of night. All those faces come back to me. I'll be begging to swim the sea. Yeah, babe, I'll put your story, make you cry in all your glory. I need to quench the thirst of many to justify and make ready. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet. Did you taste it? Never, 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 never taste it. Never, 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 never taste it. This realization is a strange show. If you're sent to or invited to believe, these are the words I speak. These are the words I speak. A dislocation from where we once came from. Good sounds of artists as we want to go on. These are the words she speaks. These are the words we speak. Sweet, 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 sweet. Did you taste it?
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I know there's a lot of news out, guys, especially like yesterday, and I'm kind of repeating what it was that I said every single morning, like I do. But it's fun to get excited by the news. How much do you trust it, though? There has been, for a long time in my description box, a link to the hedge funds playbook. And it literally is everything that it is that you need to know as to what it is that they plan on accomplishing in order to keep us from holding our positions. And inside that playbook, one of the things that I want you guys to really, really kind of focus on and remember is that it's things like analyst reports. This is directly out of the. You can click on the link and see it for yourself. Analyst reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target company customers, financings, etc., pulling margin from long customers, and paid bashers. Now, I'm kind of like I really, really, really strongly support freedom of speech. But Jim, you're just literally coming in and complaining, and that's it. Like you're literally coming in and just complaining. And I don't understand it. It's like, why? What is the purpose of what it is that you're trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? How is it that what you're saying is here to help what it is that we're doing? Because all I see is complaints. And if you're just going to come in here and just complain, 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 and shill away, I'm just going to get rid of you because I don't care to hear it. I'm here to see the positive sides of things of where we're trying to move to. I'm trying to help advance things forward. I'm trying to show people how things are moving in a good direction. And if you're here to just simply discourage investors in this, then I don't want your words to be a part of this community. So go away. But if you, I mean, and I don't have a problem with you sitting there being like, what's the deal with this? What's going on? Or having questions or something like that, or wondering why things are the way they are. That's fine. It's not a problem. But you just come in and you just keep on throwing crap down. And I'm not going to step in your crap. I'm not going to step on your crap anymore. Go throw your crap someplace else because this is not a stock. I don't crap where I eat. All right. This is a stock that I believe in. And when I believe in it, I think that it's something that you need to talk about in a perspective of what it is that we can do to try and advance the stock and make it better. You don't crap where you eat, Jim. Stop crapping where you eat. So, but the news, in regards to the news, yesterday we saw 10 million shares at the end of the day yesterday. At the very end of the day, for 1 penny change the price difference by 1 penny. There was absolutely a huge amount of volume there. The total amount of volume for the day yesterday was barely over 20 million shares. Actually, it was under 20 million shares. With that 10 million shares added to the volume, somebody was willing to purchase those shares at $3.84, which happens to be the exact adjusted close price. And it bumped up our volume to 29.5 million shares for the day, which was really kind of interesting to see have happen. Do note that somebody was willing to buy that. It does show up as a sell order because it drove the price down by a penny because the purchase order was for a penny less than what current market price was at, which was $3.85. I did a little bit of analysis of it last night. It's kind of interesting to see. It did not make the lit market, obviously, but somebody bought a lot of shares. It was all one order, Salty Dog. One single order. Actually, I should have. Did I take a screenshot of it? Ah, I did. I did take a. No, wait, no, I did not. This is not a screenshot of it. I should have screenshotted it last night when I was taking a look at it, but I didn't. I'll tell you what. I can probably go take a screenshot maybe later tonight, and I can maybe post it up in the Discord or something like that. Salty Dog, but I forgot to take a screenshot. But it was all one single order that went through. A minute after market close. So 10 million total shares for $3.84. Let's see here. So I've got to step away for just a moment. I need to go run my car over someplace real quick here, and I'm gonna head out with my wife real fast. I hope to be back before the 9 o'clock. We just got to take it over to the shop real quick over here, real fast, and get it to get them to take a look at it real quick for us. So I'm not gonna stick around for that part. I'll just drop it off and be right back. Give me about. Hopefully I can be back in 20 minutes here. I don't think that'll be very Petrifier says, is Herbie sick? Have you, have you heard Herbie at the end of the day? It's all like, yeah. So give me just a few minutes, guys, while I run Herbie over here and get her checked out. I'll be right back in a little bit. I'll put some music on for you guys so you're not just sitting here listening to nothing. Give me just a second while I find my music page here. Oh, there she is. There's the music. All right. I will see you guys in hopefully in about 20 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was a little bit later than I thought there. Turns out that my service technician, where I take my vehicles to, happens to be, I guess, I don't know the best way to put it, but is, I guess, like-minded in regards to what's happening to this market and what's happening in the world around us. Turned into kind of a little bit of a conversation there, but uh, kind of crazy, small world we live in. Looks like we've got AMC up 6.2% for the day today, and Ape is currently up 4.67%. I'm going to kind of expand these back out now that I'm back here, and I kind of had zoomed out a little bit on these just because I wanted to be able to capture everything that occurred while I was gone. It does look like we had a, let's see, is that a synthetic price failure reset on Ape at 145? Let me pull that up and just check it real quick here. No. So we're basically still looking for newer highs since the last high was 159. That is a 26.19% increase from $1.26, our last low. It is time to take a look at our numbers. It's beyond time. Jabib's, I don't believe that he's an ape, but let's just say that he is very like-minded in what he believes is happening with the marketplace. So I think that's probably about as far as I could take it. But the funny part is that when I walked in there and started talking to him, I walked in talking to him like I had just seen him. It's been over a year since I've taken a vehicle into him, but you know, he hasn't seen me for over a year. So the funny part is I walked in there talking to him like I just seen him yesterday, and and he's just. It was funny because he had this look on his face, just kind of like he didn't understand what was happening. It seemed like his world had just been flipped upside down, and then he goes like, "It's the beard." And I said, "Oh yeah. I started growing this out like a little over a year ago." And he's like, it was really funny because I could see he was completely distracted by everything that it was that I was. Usually he's very attentive on every word that I say, and I could see him getting lost in the beard. It was just like he couldn't get past the idea that I suddenly had this, like, you know, I guess pretty long beard going on. So it was really funny. There was like a couple times where he brought it back up and said, you know, like, "Oh, look, yeah, your beard." Casey's mechanic thought he was getting robbed. It was interesting. It was interesting to see his reaction, and he hadn't seen it before. So, all right, let me take a look at the numbers here, guys. Maccabee says the beard is magical, Casey. I don't. We'll see about that. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here for the day today. I'm going to log back into my broker here real quick. Hopefully, let's see. Yep, looks like I'm giving you the speech. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. And that's always good to have that kind of extra level of protection. Do note that when you do set up your account for two-factor authentication, make sure you have a secondary device set up for it to be able to receive the code that you get to log into your account. It would be kind of pointless to have two-factor authentication and then get logged out of your own account. So let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing so long as Herbie's not up on the page. I am doing the numbers about 15-20 minutes later than normal. So that's actually about 30 minutes later than normal. So let's go ahead and we'll give a little leeway to some of the values that I give you. Give me 1 second. We will do a complete rundown on all the numbers since this is the first run through since market open. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around, and let's look into this, what we got going on here. All right, starting with the top left-hand corner, this is not price prediction. Oh, this screen is completely black. What is going on here? Why are you guys seeing this? Not sure what's going on, but let's see if we can't fix this real quick. All right. Apparently, I'm going to have to cycle through these screens real quick here. Give me just 1 second while I do this, because it doesn't want to register the screens until I cycle through them, for whatever reason that may be. All right, let's try that again. Much better now. There we go. Starting the top left-hand corner of the page here, price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point from yesterday, and price. This is not meant to be any kind of financial advice whatsoever. I have 455 to 755. Eric has 410 to 710. Keto has 478 to 778. Einstein has 414 to 714, and Apex has 375 to 675. Let's go ahead and do want to note here really quickly, because SSR was tripped 2 days ago on Ape. Yeah, SSR was on. Oh no, I'm sorry, it tripped yesterday on Ape. The amount of short exempt volume was massively through the roof on Ape. 1.311 million shares. Now, I just want to mention that if you were to take a look at Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday's trading, short exempt volume, and add them all up, we're over 4 million in short exempt volume over the last an average of 1 million shares a day. Sorry, 1 million shares a day. We're averaging higher than that right now on Ape. That is going to turn into massive failure to delivers for the futures, and it takes approximately 7 weeks or 35 days, trading days, for that to go through. I am really, really, really curious to see what that's going to look like in the middle of February. Short exempt volume was a little bit low on AMC. It was 229.8 thousand shares due to the fact that we had low volume and did not trip SSR. Like I said, Ape was 1.311 million. Utilization is still at 100% on AMC. That is day number 3 after having slightly fallen below 100%. Ape is at 78.19% after having been 90% yesterday. Looks like institutions are really having a difficult time whether or not they're wanting to loan shares or not. Day over day price was a decrease for both AMC and Ape yesterday. AMC was down 4.71 and Ape down 24.08%. I had predicted a little bit of downwards momentum on Ape today, as I thought AMC would probably start moving upwards in price. Does not appear to be the case. Max pain is $4.50 for AMC. Let's take a look at the off exchange volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would say 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX would have somewhere between 10 and 11. But because we're a little bit closer to the hour change here, I would suggest that those numbers might be a little bit higher, maybe like 45, 46%, and maybe like closer to that 11 range. So let's see what we got going on AMC. AMC currently has 58.47% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 12.8 for a grand total 71.27%. That's higher by about we'll say 16.2% higher than normal. Nothing unusual happening with CHX volume. On Ape, 68.27% of the volume going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.2%. Grand total for that one is 73.47% total through those exchanges, and that would be about maybe 17.4% higher than normal. CHX volume, very normal. On GME, we have CHX volume normal, and HYMC CHX volume nothing. Taking a look at options. No, I'm sorry, institutional ownership. That was down day over day on the institutional ownership. Hold on a second here. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing, of course. There we go. And institutional ownership. Went down to 139.441 million shares from yesterday's 138 point whatever it was. I don't remember. Go back in the stream yesterday to find out. But it did drop. I think it's less than a million shares out of institutional ownership, but putting it just slightly under 27% total ownership by institutions of I believe that's of the outstanding shares. And taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far this morning is currently being placed at the $4 strike for the calls. Yesterday, just to give you an example of how much volume is going through right now, yesterday at the end of the day, there was 12.44 thousand contracts. Right now, there's 14.3 thousand contracts. So we've already exceeded yesterday's volume of call contracts at $4. Highest amount of put volume is currently at a $3.50 strike, which is down from the 4 from yesterday. And there's currently 3.7 thousand contracts at 3.5. The combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.68. It was kind of interesting to see how price trended right back up into our descending parallel channel that we shouldn't have broken out, going downwards on. We are getting that bounce. I had suggested the breakout box be in this range. I wouldn't put it passing a level of resistance right at $5.69 combined. I would watch for a bounce off of that, maybe a little bit of retracement, some consolidation, and then perhaps the breakthrough at the box that I had. Do note, if price were to continue to drive through this and find its way all the way back up to 596, and then dropping back down perhaps maybe to about the box, then you would have a very nice looking 2-day cup and handle pattern formation, which would be very, very bullish. I realize something right now, guys. I talk more fluidly with you guys because I'm not face to face with you. The conversation that I had with my mechanic, I still struggle with interactions with people in person. If you ever have a chance to meet me in person, please don't. You're going to be disappointed. Because I probably won't come across as the typical case it's so much easier to just talk into a screen for me. So I hope you guys aren't disappointed when we ever meet. I guess I'm trying to like save you. I just noticed like how I couldn't make eye contact with them when I was there. I'm thinking back to the conversation and everything, and I still struggle. Borrow change amount for AMC for the day to day is at 658,000 shares having been borrowed so far. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.65%. Cost to borrow min is at 262.13, average at 295.06, and max at 327.96. Shares on loan for the day to day didn't really change much day over day. In fact, it was so minuscule that I didn't even write it down. But let's take a look at that utilization. That's 100% utilization for 3 straight trading days right here. Yes, we did have a little bit of a dip there on utilization briefly, as I do believe that there were positions that were being closed out last week on the 22nd. Taking a look at the on loan amount, this is what the difference was. It went from 179.33 to 179.35. So basically 20,000 shares more on loan. The estimated short share interest of the free float did rise from 21.57 to 21.58, which tells me that majority of the 20,000 shares on new loans were probably all in new short interest. That was one of the discussions we had earlier this morning is that, on a daily basis, there's always borrowed and returned shares. And that is true. There's, for example, like today, there's already 1.3 million shares having been borrowed, but 639,000 shares that have been returned. On a daily basis, there are borrowings and returning of shares, but it's the positions that get carried over that are the problems. Those are the problems. It's not the current daily amounts that are changing hands. It's the leftovers that becomes the issue. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day, it was down yesterday on AMC from 8.1 down to 3.02 million. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh yeah, on loan average age per day. Due to the fact that there was only 200,000 new shares having borrowed, or sorry, I said 220,000 new shares borrowed day over day yesterday, the on loan average age per day continues to drive up from 83.14 to 84.03. Do note that is the average age on loan, not the total, but the average, meaning that there are some loans out there that are probably really, really super old. And 84 days is 65 trading days is a quarter. So it's a quarter and a month worth of time, it looks like, roughly. Looking at Ape. So far for the day-to-day on Ape, there's been a borrowing of 880,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.47%. Cost to borrow min is at 11.66, average at 12.38, and max at 13.33. Our utilization is at 78.19, so we've had some really weird stuff going on with utilization here. You can see that there's been this jagged movement in utilization where we went from 86.22 down to 75.44, up to 90.16, down to 78.19. So when I pull up on loan amount, you would think that utilization is actually changing that much because of on loan amount changing, but in actuality, on loan amount's been very, very stable. In fact, we've gone from 32.32 million on loan to 33.31 million. Yeah, like a million more shares on loan now than there was when we started seeing this volatility in the utilization. So what that kind of tells me is that institutions are struggling to find shares to loan out on some days, or either struggling to find them or unwilling to find them. I'm not sure which. But based on that movement, though, something is happening there. Something very odd is happening. On loan average age per day still rising. Day over day, it went from 27.22 to 27.4. Estimated short share interest of the free float still rising after 600,000 new shares having been borrowed day over day on loan amount. The short share interest of the free float rose from 7.37 to 7.41. Security lending volume rising as well from 3.84 million to 5.42 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is the first one on the list here with a 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. Nice. Kind of surprised we're not seeing some more. I guess it probably has a lot of high volume. I would have thought this would have been a little bit higher up on the list, but it's not. GME is also on the list down here with a 70, let's call it 79% buy to 22 or 21% sell ratio, and AMC is right below that with a 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. So all the ratios on all three of those stocks are all doing very, very well. Those securities, I should call them, doing very, very nicely. I like the buy sell ratios where they're at. I don't see any problem with them. Taking a look at trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is $3.46. Ape would have been at 1.305. I don't know if it triggered or not. I'll have to go back and see for sure because I wasn't here. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return some shares. There's been some activity this morning. So far in the pre-market, we've seen about 200,000 shares borrowed. Looks like they returned those 200,000, most of those being out of the ETFs. Looks like they returned those 200,000 shares and then reborrowed them again, and then have since returned 100,000 of those back into those ETFs. That does show our current fees at 114% for borrowing, and putting us at an additional 200,000 shares borrowed for the day. So we're at 400,000 shares borrowed. It looks to me like I don't know. That's really. I have written down here a record fee amount of 50.6% is what we were kind of seeing from the past, but we're already now at 114%. So I'm going to actually change that value just to reflect one of our more current highs on fees. Interestingly enough, earlier this morning we had like 101,000 shares out of the money on the calls. We only have 89.1 thousand contracts out of the money right now. 14.2 thousand contracts are in the money. 41.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Nasdaq is up 2.41, Dow Jones is up 0.96, and the S&P 500 is up 1.62. We have 5,327 advancers to 1,309 decliners. The market is advancing over declining quite nicely. In fact, to the point to where this is looking almost better than bacon grease. It's cooking. It's cooking with something better than bacon grease. I don't know what that could be, but it is. It's looking pretty hot right now. So let's take a look. The dollar's got to be down if that's the case, right? Yep, down 0.43%, down to 104, almost even. Oil is up currently 2.47%. We've got mortgage-backed securities that are up anywhere between 0.1 and 0.23, and the SPY is up 1.66%. This should also mean the VIX is down. The VIX is down 2.48%. VB is up 1.97. VBR up 1.56. Tesla is up 8.04. Amazon up 2.18, Cinemark is up 3.65, Doge is up 1.02, Bitcoin is up 0.41, GME is up 3.26, HYMC is up 3.48, Hood is up 5.19, CS is up 2.32, NCMI is up 2.51, Ape is up 7.48, and AMC is up 7.55. Taking a look at AMC, oops, there's news here. AMC is overpriced as analysts calling for 48% price drop from here. That was at 8:56 this morning. Okay. Yep, that guy's a smart guy. I'm just kidding. I'm sure he's a professional. Let's see what we got going on here. On the for the day so far, we have what do we have? 20. Let's just call it 100. It's close enough. It's not quite. It's a little less than $100,000 more outflow than inflow on AMC. Or oh, this is a SPY. I'm looking at the SPY. Give me a break. I clicked on AMC. All right, here we go. This makes more sense, these numbers. We have almost even outflow versus inflow. Inflow is just barely eking out outflow in numbers right now. 9.59 million shares having been traded so far after, let's see, 60, 70, 86 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 43.6 million shares traded by the so far for the day today. By the end of the day, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I do think that's a possibility on our current pace. On a 1 hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.16, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.45, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.8, which is above average after having signaled overbought 2 times since market open. Taking a look at Ape over here, we've got, again, even amounts of outflow and inflow for the day today. Very, very even, just slightly more inflow. 19.06 million shares traded so far for the day after, let's just call it 87 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 85.44 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 to 50 million shares. I do think there's a possibility we hit that. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.28, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.96, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.24, which is above average. On AMC, I need to change some numbers real quick here. I gotta find out where synthetic price failure resets, and let's see, 3.8. I want to make sure I have all this data in here correctly. 3.7 must have been yesterday's numbers. No, it's 2 days ago. Okay, I need to re-enter this incorrect. 3.8. Give me 1 second. I think I'm missing some data here. It was 3.7. It was a couple days ago that we hit 3.7, and I think it reset. But let me just go back and check it real quick here. Yeah, it did. We hit 3.7 a couple days ago, which was a 59.6% drop in price from 915. Then we went up 34.6% to 498. Then we came back down to 380, which is a 23.7% drop in price. Since 380, we have gone back up in value to 4.13, which should be, nope, not quite enough yet. All right, so let me just recalculate the numbers here and find out where this is going to get reset at. This one. Is that right? Looks like $4.71 is what we need to get to in order to see a synthetic price failure correction from 380. So let me go ahead and mark that down. $4.715. And let me make sure. I'm gonna go ahead and take you guys over to the other page, but I'm not gonna put up the buggy just yet because I'm not ready to read. I'm gonna look at Ape real quick here, just make sure I've got these all set up correctly. I do believe a reset has already occurred on Ape when we hit a dollar. I think it was $1.45, but we've seen 159 as a high. So we're either looking to create new highs or a synthetic price failure again, which would start at around $1.28. 159 is 26.19% up from $1.26 low that we hit. Alrighty. With that, I can now see what it is you guys are writing. Hold on a second. Myself says, Casey, you should do a poll. Who is prettier? No. That's not a fair comparison. Let's see here. Super Steven says also debunk Monty's theory. The other, okay, I'm not gonna talk on that. We are twins. Danny and Dana are twins apparently. Okay, thanks for being you. CP, you're welcome. I guess. And then it's funny. Since I just did the numbers, I'm not going to do them again. Oh, look, it's time to go back. I just did them. I just did them, so we'll just count it as done. Careful, Mom. I got a cord here. I think I'm fully charged on my phone. I can probably move this out of your way. It's 99%. It's almost. I can move this still. There you go. Just don't trip over that. Glenn says, will DRSing help if the shares are already in a broker cash account? I don't believe so. I think I've done a pretty good job of showing evidence on what DRS has done for GME, and there is no proof or any evidence whatsoever that has helped it. In fact, there's the exact opposite of that. All DRSing does is dry up liquidity, and drying up liquidity does not give you the numbers that you need to see for a squeeze. Ariel says, Casey, any idea who bought 10.5 million of AMC in the after hours yesterday? I do not know the answer to that. I can only tell you that actually I wish I had screenshot it yesterday when I was kind of looking at it. I think I recall actually I don't remember. I think the DF exchange was the last exchange that it went through, if I recall correctly. But no, I don't know who. Yeah, Steven was there. I was looking into that buy order yesterday with everybody. Steven, can you believe I forgot to take a screenshot? Oh, we did all that work and I looked it all up and everything, and then totally forgot to screenshot that. Dana, all FOMO to you. Ayo says Casey got it sorted out. Pulling is easier as a rule of thumb. That's good to know. Sammy says, Casey, did you mention that Adam Aaron can't sell Ape anymore since he's trapped? I didn't. I don't know what you mean by he's trapped. What I did say earlier this morning is that he can only sell $40 million worth more, according to the 8K filing that we saw. Otherwise, it would void any kind of deal with Antera. And I hope I'm saying that name right. Antera. Easter Beast says, I like my new supermod status. Casey, can you have your mom do the opening tomorrow? I would like to hear her say, screw the hedgies. She just said in the background, I don't say that word. Unless she's doing construction. That's what she just said. I'm repeating what she's saying. Belarkey says he just sent it to me via Twitter. Give me 1 second. I'll look and see. Yeah. No. I was looking at it through Belarkey. I was looking at it through Active Trader Pro, which gives you a little more information, like the exchanges that it was traded through. So yeah. There is. You know what? I'm trying to think of what her name is. I always forget her name. What does she call herself? Dark Pool Queen or something like that. Shoot, let me look her up and see here. Dark Pool Queen, I think it is. Oh, this isn't. I'm into the wrong spot. She actually did a really big breakdown, I think, on those shares that were traded. People, Dark Pool Queen. Man, if anybody knows who I'm talking about in regards to that, I can't remember what her name is. Stephanie something or other. Stephanie. I remember the name Stephanie. Stephanie. How do you spell Stephanie? STEFPHE. ANIE.
No, take out the first E.
Here?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. That one.
All right.
The middle E.
Stephanie, I think it's Myers. Stephanie.
It could be with a Y, but usually it's M-E-Y or M-Y.
Stephanie Myers is not it. It's Stephanie something. Stephanie.
M-E-Y. Try M-E-Y.
That's not it. I bet you somebody already put it in here.
Myers is
Volume Princess is her name. Nate Ross says Volume Princess. Cameraman. Okay, thank you guys. Cameraman is correct. Thank you very much. I knew if I went back over to the live stream, you guys would have the answer. There it is. Oh, that's not it. Maybe that is it. I thought she used to go by Darkpool Queen or something like that. That is not her. That's not the right one.
Myers can also be spelled M-E-Y-E-R. If you think it was Myers.
Volume Princess is her name. All right, let me go try Volume Princess. She had a really good breakdown. No, that's not it either. That's definitely not it. I want to say it was Darkpool.
No.
Cameraman's right, though. I know it is. There it is. Stephanie Cameraman. Volume. Oh, it's Princess with a T?
Yeah.
What? That's definitely, it's Princess. It's Princess because she's doing, it's the printing of the dark pools. So like it's catchy, but you're never gonna get people to find you if you put it in stupid. It's just me, guys. It's me being
and
stupid.
Doesn't spell her Stephanie the right way.
Oh, she didn't spell Stephanie the right way either. S-T-E-F. The other way. It's S-T-E-F. Annie. A-N-I-E. Let's see here. We said, let me go back in her. Man, she's been posting a lot already today. Let's see what we got going on here. No. Man, she posts so much. I don't know how people. All right. Wow. Massive form T dark pool 10 million print on AMC 3.84. Highly unusual. Let's see. This looks like it's the tweet here. I can link you guys. She goes on to, somebody says, why is it unusual? She goes on to say, we don't see these very often. It's a sneaky way for them to hide a large trade by not reporting it until after hours. It's not a market on closed trade. Tony, somebody was asking Tony if it was a buy or a sell order, which is something that I kind of tried to address last night. And it's really kind of one of those tricky questions because I know like people really want to know like, wait a minute, was it somebody buying or was it somebody selling? And so let me kind of explain to you guys on order book how it kind of works. So if you'll notice the order book right now, and I'm actually going to take you guys to the other screen here real quick, just to kind of to be able to point this out maybe a little bit better for you. Notice how on the bid side, the value is always going to be lower on the bid side than it is on the ask side. So anytime you have bids going through lower than whatever the current ask is, then you have you know, a purchase, somebody's purchasing or willing to buy at a lower value than what is currently being asked, and anything in between is considered the spread. So if the price was higher, and it was $3, and I believe it was $3.85 was the price, the previous bid just prior to the 10 million order. The 10 million share order went through at $3.84. So when you kind of consider that, somebody was, what that means is somebody was willing to buy for 1 penny less than the current market price, 10 point whatever 4 million or however many shares it was yesterday. So somebody was willing to buy those shares, but it also means that somebody was willing to sell them. Somebody was willing to sell 10.4 million shares at $3.84. So it's kind of a tricky question when somebody says, is it a buy or is it a sell? The volume showed up as buying volume because it was a green candle for that minute. The actual line item showed up in red because the actual value lost 1 penny of the total share price. So it would show up as a sell order or
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just was reading. And you shut it. I'm sorry. No. But look at this is fascinating. Have you looked at that?
this is mine.
Well, I haven't looked at
I've put this up all the time. This is my mom's over here. She's over here commenting, guys, and I know now I don't know I have no idea what I was saying.
Please forgive me for making him lose his train of thought.
I have no idea what I was even talking about now.
I'm so sorry. Really, I
I
am.
moved the screen and she could no longer see the list of market maker signals, and she was like, wait, put that back. I was reading that. Have you seen that before?
Because I always look on my phone. My phone doesn't show me anything.
And I'm like, that's mine. I put that up there. It's up there all the time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what I was saying though. I legitimately.
I'm sorry to everybody else too.
McAfee says you were talking about how that 10 million involves buys and sells. Okay. I don't even know where I was going with it, so I guess I'm just done
how
talking
the
about
10
it.
million would drop the price a little because they'd come down 0.1% or whatever it was.
1 penny, yeah. So
1 penny.
they bought them at 1 penny lower than the market asking price at the time. So,
That's what you were saying.
but that is, believe it or not, guys, that is exactly how a dark pool is supposed to work. I shouldn't say dark pool. On off exchange trade works. If somebody's willing to come in and buy 10.4 million shares, and nobody would want to do that over many orders that would drop the price down as they were buying into it. So what they do is they trade it off exchange, and they only lose 1 penny in value. Anybody who's selling would only lose 1 penny. Anybody who was buying would be getting it at 1 penny lower. So that's exactly what an off exchange is meant to do. It's meant to have those large orders pushed through those off exchanges. But in this particular case, or in our particular case, our retail orders are batched and then put through off exchanges like this, and we end up only seeing 1 penny price difference for a bunch of our orders that go through. So this is why I think getting retail orders off of payment for order flow is so vitally important. But Donkey Kong wants to know how you're feeling.
I feel great now.
I'm
having some tea.
She feels great right now. She's having tea with sugar,
which I haven't had in
weeks. Do you ever add cream?
Oh, always.
Okay. Well, you could have answered yesterday's question with I guess we could have substituted with tea instead of coffee. I know I didn't say it.
I wouldn't drink coffee on a bet.
Novocaine. Hold on a second. I'm skipping way down here, guys. Jabib says squirrel. Yep, that's how I work, man. It's ADD, man. If you're on a roll and you're talking about something and then something distracts you, you lose it. My mom says she's not a squirrel, though. You are a little nutty. That was funny. That was funny. That was funny.
A lot nutty. I know it. Where do you think you got it?
Well, you are what you eat.
Hey, your dad was not very nutty.
Okay,
you got it all from me.
Okay. I got all my nutty from my mom. That sounds so wrong. All right, let's move on here. Point Break Thor says, if mom interrupts again, make her say, screw the hedgies. Billy's over there making mom really jokes. And let's see here. Novocaine says, Casey Shaw, I agree. Your mom has to do the opening tomorrow. She can substitute screw with another word, maybe nail, rivet, or fleece the hedgies. Fleece them. Janice says, please tell
Rip
Casey.
Them to shreds and oh, never mind.
Maybe you should go work on your intro for tomorrow. We can practice it for you tonight, and then maybe you can do it tomorrow. You can decide how you want to open up the live stream tomorrow, if you can wake up on time.
Tomorrow I find, hey guys,
I never wake up on time. So.
I slept so long this time because I figured it up, 11 and a half hours sleep in 4 days.
Mm.
No wonder I fell asleep driving.
My biggest fan says your mom has a nice voice. I think she has a nice voice too.
It's
But
fake.
wait until you hear her when she's angry. Oh boy, don't you dare get on that angry side.
I don't get angry anymore. I'm old.
You don't get angry when you're old. Billy says I'll take 10 million pennies. That would be nice, Billy, if our orders would show up as single penny buys. We'd be doing pretty well in price right now.
How much does it cost to start a hedge fund?
To start a hedge fund?
Legally.
I have no idea.
So what if you just said we are a hedge fund and you want to trade on the dark pool and you just get all these people that are
Well, there's
following you?
requirements. You have to.
You could save
There's certain
money.
amounts of money that you have to have involved, and guys, I haven't made her watch any of the movies yet, so I need to have you go watch a movie called The Big Short.
I watched it a long time
Oh,
ago.
you did
on
watch
my
The
own.
Big Short?
I loved it.
Okay,
I didn't know
well,
what it meant.
yeah. So I mean, those guys in the movie were trying to open up a firm. Uh, I'll take you to a certain point in the movie and show you where those guys were.
I'll watch it again this time. I'll
They
understand it.
walked in and basically got turned away, even though they had millions of dollars to invest. So, um,
I was just thinking it'd be nice to save pennies on millions. And then you could share it.
Mr. Finance says weird how Ape only had volume between 9:30 and 9:45, then next to nothing. Yep. Is it weird, or does it seem like it's kind of common? I feel like it's kind of common. Brian says she's a female YouTuber.
Who is?
I guess you. I don't know. I don't know who he's talking about. You just gave your mom homework. Haha. Even Danny didn't do that. Homework's fun.
I love to research stuff. I do it on my own a lot.
Screw the Hedginas. I'm laughing, Foo Dog. She laughed too. She laughed too, but I don't think she wanted to laugh as much as she did. Clark says, "Mr. Finance, who do you think the volume is in another word, or who do you think is buying it?" Mama starting hedge fund, I'm in.
Hedge funds are buying
So
their own.
we actually had this idea a long time ago about when DRS was becoming like a really hot topic, and there was and I wasn't convinced that DRS was necessarily the right way to go to create our own brokerage firm. I know Boss Blunts is kind of working or in the process of working on something similar, but my mom and I, or actually I shouldn't say my mom and I, my mom came up with the idea of why don't we just start our own Ape brokerage and tell everybody to transfer their shares over there, and then we manage the brokerage as a
Co-op.
as a co-op. Is that what you said?
I would have done it.
Yeah, some kind of co-op, and any kind of like earnings would have been like like some kind of dividends could have been received or something through the brokerage for transferring shares, perhaps, or I don't know. I mean, we could have come up with some kind of ideas, but it was definitely an idea that we had kind of tossed around. But I mean, that going through that whole process would be massively complex, and I don't even know if I have the ability to be able to even go down that road without schooling and certifications
And oh, by the way, we'd have to sell our homes and our cars and our wives and
yes,
husbands.
yeah, sell our homes, cars, and all that kind of stuff to get that stuff started. So I'm not really set up to go down that road, but it's kind of an interesting idea though to be able to set up a ape brokerage to where we could all put our shares and know that they were managed by apes, which would be really kind of fun to do. We would know that our shares weren't being loaned out, and that would probably be the best part. Let institutions loan their own shares and not our own. Dana says hello to you.
Hi, Dana. I don't even see. I can't. I'm too high. Bunny Stocks is up. Is a female YouTuber. Where am I? Where's Dana? Oh, there. Hi, Dana. I see you now. So I saw you say kisses to my son a while ago. Don't tell his wife.
No, that's part of her name.
Oh, part of her name. Scared me.
Dana, she's saying you're throwing me kisses. I said, "No, Mom, that's part of her name. It shows up on every single time she's."
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was a little worried because I couldn't tell before what picture.
Dana, stop throwing kisses. Dana, stop throwing kisses. Don't throw any more kisses.
Well, she's really pretty now. I couldn't see that.
Oh, she's saying you're pretty. It's not okay to be pretty and throwing kisses now, Dana.
But if it was a guy, then I was going to be worried.
If you're a guy, she's worried. Oh man, this is bringing back Pee. What was his name again? I'm forgetting the Pepe. You guys remember Pepe? And she goes, "What did you say again?"
The first one came
She
out
said
wrong. The second one was right, and you've never
she was Pepe. It was Pepe, and she said
Pepe.
Pee.
A pee-pap. I don't know what I said.
Yeah, crazy Pepe. It was crazy. That's right. It was crazy Pepe was in here, and she said, "Good morning, crazy Pee."
I did not say pee-pee. I did not.
And so I very quickly realized that that's where that's where I must get all my mispronunciations from on names because I never knew where it came from, but listening to her say it was absolutely hysterical. Clark says I can't remember. Wait, hold on a second here. I got it. Clark says I can't remember where I heard it has been some time ago, but somebody was saying that if 80% of the shares are DRS, they get delisted off the New York Stock Exchange. Is that true?
Whoa.
I don't believe. I know I've heard that somewhere before too, Clark. And actually, I know one person who has said that, Clark. It was actually AMC Bigham said that. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't really care about that. What I care more about is what does DRS do? And we've had over a year's worth of data of what DRS does to GME, and that does not excite me by any means. I would not even come close to supporting DRS and what it does because I've seen what it does, and it's not good. So it does. I don't care one way or the other if it would get delisted or not. They don't even have 50% of their. Well, they may have 50% now, but at the time when I've looked at the numbers, they had not, and the DRS has not helped at all. John Hannaford said Rem Taco. Where's Rem Taco? Is he in here? Did I miss him? Where's he at? I haven't seen Rem.
Oh, he's been gone for a while.
He comes and goes.
We all do. I like this. Back up. Look, oh, here it is. Step 1 to start a hedge fund.
Oh yeah, Z Wade says step 1 to start a hedge fund, make a political friend. Step 2, buy them. Step 3, rip off poor people freely. It's that easy.
But we wouldn't be
but you'd have to rip them off less than all the big guys because the big guys are more efficient at their ripping off of people. So you'd have to it'd be slow goings at first, I'm pretty sure.
Well, if you work for free like you do, wouldn't be so bad.
Koya says 11 a.m. hits and stocks just U-turn. Been doing it all year. Laugh out loud. Yeah, there's definitely some spikes and lulls at specific times of the day, Koya. You're absolutely right. Clark says DRS hasn't done anything to GameStop, so I'm with you, Casey Shaw. Yeah, I mean it doesn't take much. I mean, it really, I mean, it's very very simple to show a graphic of what it's done. And one of the things that I think that's most important to realize is that it kills volatility. And volatility is absolutely one of the main, big, huge ingredients in seeing a MOASS trigger, right? How are you ever going to get to a gamma squeeze if you have no volatility? And the answer is you can't. You can't get to a gamma squeeze. So if all you're ever going to have is consistent shorting without any risk to a gamma squeeze, then you've absolutely killed your entire entire basis for trying to start a short squeeze. So, because gamma has to come first. That's where every short squeeze comes from, is from a gamma. So, what do? You tie up liquidity and you force the stock to stop trading volatile? No, that doesn't make any sense at all. It's just insanity to expect that to be the case. Do you have a list of brokers who allow retail to supposedly buy through the lit exchange? I find it hard to find these types of brokers. I would think a list would be financial advice. There are 3 brokers that I know of. I'm not willing to give that list, but I can tell you who can.
Oh, I can.
No, you can't.
Oh.
Uh,
I like that one too.
don't touch the screens.
Sorry.
You don't have to. You can still point. I'm a huge like don't touch my screens kind of person. She's all like touching all over the screen, like don't touch it. Let me
Thank you, Dana.
let me get let me get you the name of the person who you need to contact in order to get that information. You know what? Give me a little bit. Give me just a second here to find.
You need a Rolodex for your brain.
No, I don't. That would just mess me up. Give me just a second here, and I will find who it is that you need to contact. And when you do contact him, you can tell him I sent him your way. He's done all kinds of research on this, and will be able to help you out with pointing you in that correct direction for that. Did I say DRS? That's not what I meant to say. I don't know why I'm talking DRS. My mind's all over the place right now. Let's see here. You wanted direct
Lip market.
Lip market.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I was paying attention.
Hold on a second here. I'm struggling to reach for a name off the top of my head, so I have to search through my DMs to find the name. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm not gonna be able to read what you guys are writing, so let me just go ahead and take off the big tramp or the take off Herbie real quick here. So let me just look this up, because I know I did a video with him, and I don't know why I can't think of his name off the top of my head right now, but
Your setup is nice.
hmm. There it is. That's not what I wanted.
There it is.
Oh, sorry. Listen, guys. Didn't mean to play it. I'm actually going to play an old. I've got an old video here where I did an interview. Man, my beard was shorter back then.
Only a couple inches.
All right, I got to get through this part. Oh man, that was so weak. Oh, Darth, what was it? I said it. Darth. Darth.
We can't hear it.
You can't hear it. I can.
Can everybody else?
Yeah, they can hear it faintly. Darth. Darth Walt. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that.
That's a funny name.
So he goes by at Darth Walt on Twitter. You can tell him I sent you to him to ask that question. I will copy the at. The name on the account is called the Rainmaker, but his at on Twitter is the Darth Walt. And if you want to ask the Darth Walt which brokers are the ones that are allow you to trade straight to the lit market, he can give you the 3. I only know of 3. I can't give them out to you, but he can. All right, and I'm actually gonna put the Herbie back up again so I can see what it is you guys are saying now, and so I'm unfortunately have to start with Yucca Frito, where he says Brian the Architect. Tech We Love says, can I direct others to this person? Absolutely. Sure you can. The only reason I can't talk about it, guys, is because I think it's ethically I think it would be irresponsible for me to be like pushing one broker over another and in a roundabout way because you're asking me specifically which brokers are the only ones that do this. I would be and I don't mind you guys saying if you guys want to say in the chat comments what your opinion is. I can't show any kind of favoritism over one stockbroker over another because it's just kind of I feel unethical. So that's something somebody else can say.
You don't feel unethical to me.
Well, that's because I'm not.
But Dr. Zeno is.
Yeah, if you guys want to discuss in here in the chat section what you know on who can and who cannot as a broker, that's more than acceptable. I don't have a problem with that. That's between you guys, but it's just not appropriate for me to talk about. You guys can talk about it all you want, Tech We Love.
Hey, I'm proud of you. I like your ethics. I don't always like your language, but I love your ethics.
Thank you.
You think?
Yeah, I guess. John Vincent says, are we going to end this year strong? I can't promise you anything.
Does he mean strong financially, strong on the stocks? We are always strong. Come on, guys.
Lose Boobs says
What?
Fidelity is one.
Who said? What did you just say? Oh, lose boobs. I thought you said.
I said lose boobs.
I thought you said something else.
What did you think I said?
Loose boobs.
Loose boobs.
That kind of freaks me.
Lose. Are you sagging? Stop sagging so much, Lou. Let's see here. I've never seen a time the AMC is so sharply divided over a particular issue as the reverse stock split. This chat is kind of a bubble, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't. So I think it's honestly, Clark. I think it's kind of silly to be discussing yes or no when we don't even have a proxy yet. I think it's silly for anybody to be discussing yes or no when we have no idea what it is that we're signing up for. Like, I mean, we have some kind of an idea. I shouldn't say no idea. We have some kind of idea what we'd be signing up for, but we don't know all the details. So why would we be guessing one way or the other? Dr. Zeno says Fidelity and TD Ameritrade do have direct routing available. It's not default though. You have to choose it. Dr. Zeno says Shaw, if Ape gets converted back to AMC and the float is drastically reduced with the cost to borrow being so high, Wouldn't that make shares even more scarce and cost to borrow rise even more?
Yes.
My mom's saying yes. Hold on, let me reread it real quick here. She's over here giving like big thumbs up, and I'm thinking about what she's doing more than I am the question. The float is drastically reduced. With the cost bar being so high, wouldn't that make shares even more scarce and cost bar rise even more?
It could.
No, I don't believe that. Let me think about that real quick here. I don't believe that to be the case.
The fewer there are, the more the price goes up if people want them.
It would depend on the ratio of shares available to be borrowed, on whether or not they were available for borrow. No, the ratio should be the same. The ratio should be the same no matter what.
What ratio?
The ratio, because you're reducing the float 10 to 1. So reducing the float 10 to 1 means that the amount of shares available to borrow would be the exact same. There should be no difference.
But ratio doesn't matter when people are wanting to buy or borrow.
It would create.
It's not a ratio. It's actual numbers then. It's not a ratio. If you've got 100 people and only 1% of something is available, and then you cut it down to
It's still 1%.
and then you cut it down by 10 divide by 10 or cut it in half or whatever it is.
It's still 1%.
It's still 1%, but the number, if there were 1,000 shares and then there's only 500, it's going to make everything else double.
I don't. It would make price. It would make price go the other direction.
And if there's
multiplied,
fewer, isn't that what sends cost to borrow
up?
If people want them.
If there were fewer because it was reducing the amount, yes, but it's not reducing anything. It's only consolidating.
It's reducing the number available.
It's consolidation, but the consolidation is still it's a percentage.
But you can't mix up percentages with actual numbers. You want to play chess?
Do you want to lose?
You lost last
time. Let's see here. With the cost per borrow so high, wouldn't that make even more shares? It would make shares more scarce, but I don't.
And when there's scarce shares,
let me think about that one, Dr. Zeno. Let me give me a chance to think about that one a little bit. It's a good question. I'm leaning towards no, only because, in my opinion, it doesn't change the percentage of availability. It only changes the amount of volatility that would occur due to the availability. So let me think about it. Your mom's not factoring in crime.
Yeah, I don't know anything about crime. Living in China makes me just a purist.
I'm trying to read through some of these here. Give me a second, guys. Steven says yes. I think a reduced flow is better for us, but I don't necessarily believe that it would cause cost to borrow to rise instantly.
No, after they see. Oh, almost feisty. He can't mute me when I'm sitting next to him.
Casey's fixing to get a spanking. Wait, what the heck?
Last time I did that, he laughed at me. I won't do it again.
Wait, hold on a second here. Ground him, Mom. Time out. Let's see here. Argument. Casey's fixing to get a spanking. I bet $10 on Mom. Mom is feisty. Awkward, Dana says. Petra says, can you mute your mom on your own show? I bet you won't. No, I wouldn't.
It would take a bandana.
Roaster Guy says Casey's getting schooled.
No, he isn't.
Your mom is cotching you. She's hot cotching me.
We argue about lots of things. It's fun.
You don't understand, guys. I come from a household where one of my dad was a lawyer. What should I say about you that makes you worked with psychology? How about just say you worked? Right. Let's just say you worked in psychology. How's that? she's worked in the psychology field before. Is that right? Is that the right way to say?
You can say that.
Yeah, worked in the psychology field before, and so now you've got a lawyer and a psychologist sitting at a dinner table every single night. You tell me how the conversations turn out.
It is exciting.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. We debated everything.
And it would
Everything
take
was
2
debated.
hours after dinner just to get through the talk.
Oh yeah, man. That's how I grew up. I grew up on everything was a debate. Everything was a debate. I I should have been the lawyer. I should have been a lawyer. I really should have. I don't believe in what it is that they do.
Dad always said I should have been a lawyer too, but
DJ says you need a better mic. There's not much I can do unless I were to put up some kind of like
you should have borrowed
hunters.
before.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't have a mic. What do you mean a better mic? I'm sitting here talking.
Yeah, she's talking through my mic.
Yeah. It's a good excuse to cuddle up to him though. That's nice.
I know the answer is yes. I was trying the Socratic method.
Thank you, Savvy. Mom knows. Oh, psychops. A little.
A little, she said, Petro.
He didn't mention the fact that I spent about 8 years in Intel.
You're not supposed to say that.
Out loud?
Well, I thought I wasn't supposed to say it.
I don't talk about it really.
Do you want to say it louder?
No.
Okay. If you guys heard it, you heard it.
Actually, it was in my resume when I applied for my job in China, and the person who translated it changed it to communications.
That's smart. Casey, why are you shorting AMC? I'm not sure why you're saying that, Yucca. The way Casey described Mom's psychology career tells me she definitely was in the CIA. Just agree with your mom for now. We'll figure it out later. Thank you, Rosary. I appreciate that.
I can't disappear anybody. He took away my button to make people come and go.
Who took away? I took away. Oh yeah, I took away her. I took away her moderator tool. American Trader says, I married a psychologist. One day I told her to not use psychology against me, and she said, with you, I use child psychology. Jabib says, if we're getting our shares reduced, so being that there would be less shares in the flow, it would definitely be more difficult to find shares. However, the shares that would be, however, the shares that they would be able to, I feel like that's an incomplete sentence there at the end. The amount of shares that they would need to find would be less because the price will end up being higher. Casey, reverse split reduces cost for large investors. Shares outstanding reduced equals EPS rises, which helps share price rise. Cost to borrow is a reflection of long share demand, not float reduction. That's my point. Just another ape. Cost to borrow is a reflection on the amount of shares available to borrow, and if you've reduced the amount of shares as a total, then the amount of shares that would need to be borrowed in order to do whatever it is that they do with the shares would also be reduced. Hence the reason for no cost to borrow increase, because the need or the consumption of borrowed shares would be equally reduced.
No, because there's still more demand. The demand will be.
The demand is not change. The demand is the same.
If the number availability, then demand goes up.
No. That's not how it works.
It is.
No. All right. Let me explain it to you like this.
Go ahead. Explain.
Every single day you need one apple to stay alive.
Gotcha.
No. Sorry. Let me say it different. Every day you need 10 apples to stay alive. You have to eat 10 apples every single day to stay alive. And let's say that there's a million apples out there, but you need 10 apples every single day to stay alive.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I reduce the amount of apples that are out there in existence and tell you that now there's only 100,000 apples and that you're going to have to start living off of one apple every single day. And so because of that, your stomach has now been shrunk, so you only can live off of one apple every single day.
My
You,
stomach
that's
doesn't shrink.
your stomach does shrink because there's no more available. There's less shares that are out there in existence, so you know you have to live on less apples every single day. Your stomach will shrink to live off of that one apple because everything else has been reduced. So
No,
you're living off of
I
one
am
single apple.
scrambling and scratching eyes out trying to find at least 2 apples. So I'm ready to pay whatever it is. I'll quit watching TV or wearing clothes, whatever it takes to have enough money to buy the 2 apples. And when I have that kind of desire to buy apples, everybody else will have the same thing because they need 2 apples. The price is going to go up, and then the cost to borrow and the number of people who want apples is high.
So what you're saying is that the demand will exponentially increase with a smaller amount of availability.
It's a given.
That I would agree with, but the cost of borrow will not rise because of the initial change. It will be because demand is higher later.
It's not
Not
later,
because
instantaneous.
it should not be
Yeah,
instantaneous.
people know what's happening in advance. Why wouldn't it be instantaneous? The minute it
It
happens, it's like, I want that. I want that.
it shouldn't be instantaneous.
Well, within seconds or a minute or whatever.
I don't know.
But basically, cost of borrow is going to probably double.
Sammy, there's no way for me to answer that question. We have no proxy out yet. It's pointless to even discuss it. Steven says Casey's mom is more bullish on AMC than Casey. It's not that I'm not bullish. It's just that I'm looking at it from a realist point of view.
Ready to fight.
See,
back.
Clark says scarcity of shares in the past has never mattered in this AMC place, so why does it all of a sudden matter now? This is the truth. There was no difference when our float used to be much smaller than it is currently. It's just that with more volume comes more demand. With less volume comes less demand. There will be no change to the cost of borrow because there will be less demand as soon as you decrease the amount of shares traded on a daily basis. Everything will drop on a 10-to-1 ratio. So that's why it takes time for the volatility to be able to catch up in order to create a higher cost to borrow, which would happen much quicker. Cost to borrow would start rising quicker than it would have before because it just takes a little bit for it to start rising. It just takes a little tiny bit of volatility in order to cause cost to borrow to absolutely skyrocket.
Okay, so availability. You have been talking for the last how many months about how there is no availability or no something. What is it? You keep saying
Liquidity?
100%. We're at 100%. We're at 100%.
Utilization.
Utilization. Isn't that what we're talking about? Kind of.
No. We're not
I
talking
don't
about.
know what utilization.
Utilization is how many shares institutions are loaning out of how much that they have available to loan.
Okay. But if utilization is at the top, was
see,
it always at the top?
The problem,
Was it always
it's
at the
been
top?
it's been that way for like over 220 some odd days. But
Okay.
the
Was it
the
before
no,
then?
no. But
Okay.
the problem is that just because utilization's at 100%
Mhm.
doesn't mean that they're topped out. There's still more
Then why is it 100%?
because that's how much they're loaning of their shares. They actually have our shares to loan too.
How
There
did they
is
get
no
our
top
shares?
because institutions reserve the right to be able to loan out your shares in certain situations. For example, like if
Oh,
you have,
that's not nice.
for example, if you have a margin account, your shares can be loaned out in a margin account, which is why I've stressed so heavily to people not to have margin accounts.
I'm a good girl. I have
Some
no
people,
margin account.
some people are investing through companies like Robinhood, who do not allow you to decide sometimes whether or not you're loaning out your shares or not.
Ooh.
Yes, exactly. So
I
utilization is
still
only.
think I'm right.
Guys, this is conversation with me and my mom. She still thinks she's right though.
Why? I'm saving my money to buy shares after this whatever happens or doesn't. Wha-
You would think his mom was the lawyer. Well, when you're married to one, you probably tend to pick up some of the habits, I would assume. Dana says, Casey, make a poll who's right. I'm not doing that. I'm not. No,
Scared?
No, it's not that I'm scared. I will hold my position regardless of. All right, I'll make the
Regardless of
I'll make the poll. I'll make the poll. But only because you guys say I'm scared. I'm not. It's not a scared
Did
thing. It's.
anybody else say scared?
No, I don't know if anybody said scared, but who's right about CTB rising due to a reverse split? Mom or Casey? Or let me add a third option.
Both. I don't know. Everybody's gonna vote for that one. Yeah. I'm gonna go vote.
My mom's gonna go vote. That's not fair. I don't get to vote. When there's like immediately goes over 100% mom. That was really funny, guys. Like I don't know. It was probably the first couple people started voting, and it was immediately.
I'm losing. I'm losing percents already.
Yeah. It really doesn't matter, guys. One way or the other, I still love my mom. She still loves me. It doesn't matter who you vote for.
Never vote against UPS guy. Smart guy.
UPS guy, my mom said you're a smart guy. I don't know what you said. I'm trying to read through
Said
these.
never vote against your mom or something.
UPS. Okay, there it is. I just read it now. Yeah, I'll never vote against mom. Casey, why is Spy doing that on no volume? Hold on a second. Let me look at Spy real quick here. Mom, you keep reading that stuff, and if you see something over there that really is important, let me know. Spy. All right. Spy is up currently 1.99%. If you take a look at the average daily volume of Spy, it is on extremely low volume. So if you know your tendencies in the marketplace and what low volume and rising price means, is that bullish or is that bearish? Rising price on lower volume means bearish. It is a bearish move. This is a bear trap, is what it is. Go ahead and chalk it up onto a bear trap.
So it's only if it's high volume and price rising that it's a good thing to.
The only time it's bullish is when you see rising volume and rising price or falling volume and falling price.
Okay.
They need to be aligned in order to be bullish.
For it not
If
to be a
they're
trap. If it's
yeah.
a trap, it'll be not the same.
Yep. And if it's opposite of each other, if you have rising price and falling volume, then that's bearish. If you have falling price and rising volume, that's bearish.
We Lambo.
Brian says, "Is it a pull or a pull?" That's awkward. Did I write your wrong? I didn't put your in there. Okay, I don't know who put your. Meep says shorts covering. Matt says absolutely the best AMC channel. You guys are hilarious this morning. Well, I'm glad we're providing some humor. That's good. I can say for one thing's for sure. Psychologically, when you're under stress, humor is always a good thing. It's a great. What would you call it?
Stress reliever.
No. It's a prescription, right? Prescription
okay.
to.
You don't think it's a stress reliever?
Well, it is a stress reliever, but I mean I meant like
that
a prescription.
Wasn't the word you were looking
Yeah.
for. Okay.
Foodog says, he's responding to somebody else. Mr. Finance says, Costa Bravo is just something to look at, in my opinion. Unlimited reverse repos, delayed orders, and unlimited short exempt. However, there are expectations, or there are not expectations. There is limitations on how much there is. I know it's unlimited on what you're saying, and you are correct in what you're saying, but there are consequences for exceeding certain limits, and those end up those consequences happen later on down the road, though. See now Pirate Born 200 years too late says shorting shares for 30% cost borrow at $10 a share is the same as shorting $1 share at 30% cost borrow at $100 a share. It's a wash. That's my point. That's my exact point right there. It is a complete wash. It
I don't
does
know what
not
half of
matter.
that means.
Well, I mean, but that's the important part that you need to understand. What Pirate's saying right there is absolutely correct. It is a complete wash when you do a reduction because it does not matter one way or the other. Even if the cost to borrow does rise, it's a wash sale when you look at how much it's costing to
But
actually
that
short.
wasn't the question. It was will it go up? Will the CTB go up? Will not
Yeah,
doesn't
but it's more
not
about
doesn't immediately. Will
but
it?
it's more about I mean the ultimate response to that though is that a cost difference though? In the end of the day, is there a cost difference? And the answer is no. There's no cost difference at shorting at a lower rate with a higher percentage. It's a
That wasn't the
wash. It's
question
a
either.
wash though. You can't just
That
because it
wasn't.
goes up doesn't mean that it's necessarily a higher amount that it's costing them. And that's what you gotta understand. This is about what's going to hurt them more, right? And so that if it's a wash, it's a wash.
Somebody said we're scaring away the shills.
My mom's laughing at scaring away the shills.
Better than the Kardashians, but we're dressed. I'm losing. Casey's winning this poll. Yeah.
Mr. Finance, they served a purpose. I'll say that, Mr. Finance, is that they served a purpose. And while I understand and to some extent agree with what you've said there a little bit, um, I think nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's gonna fail you at some point in life. When you put a lot of faith and trust into people, um, the most that can I mean usually turns into some kind of distrust at some point. So welcome to humanity. I don't know what else to say.
Teresa, I learn what I can from Casey because I don't know anywhere near as much as he does about stocks and all the stuff that's going on. But I have a different kind of brain. I like to analyze things, and my whole life I have been very nerdy. So we learn from each other.
Tech We Love says, okay, interesting question for you. If payment for order flow might only raise price by 1 penny or less, if I put and ask 5 cents or higher, how much price improvement would lit exchange ask
It doesn't say
cause?
price improvement; it says price movement.
Oh, price movement. I'm sorry. How much price movement would lit exchange cause? The most it can change, Tech We Love, is however much the lowest ask is. That's the most it could change by.
What did he say?
I have no idea what Savvy timed him out for. But she must have had a reason.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Savvy, the one thing I would do, and all the moderators in here, whenever you do silence somebody or get rid of what it is, put them in a timeout or something, at least let them know. Let them know too why you're doing it, just so we all know. I'm not second guessing you or anything like that. I'm just saying, just so we know. We all know. It's
So people
just kind
like me don't make the same mistake.
of so people like my mom doesn't make the same mistake. Uh,
When Savvy knocked out Chris the other day, he had no clue. He said, "What happened? Why did I get bumped?"
oh yeah, yeah. Just let people know why you're doing it, so they understand. But I always stand behind my moderators, and if you had a reason, you had a reason, and I back you up.
Thank you, Nana.
Casey, can you talk about the possibility of a squeeze getting decided by a settlement and how you think that would? No, I really don't want to talk about that just right now yet. I mean, any kind of talking. I know I'll get to that in a second. Anything talking in regards to that, I think I would probably hold off on until we get closer to it. I don't see any need to start talking about those kind of things. This. I think we're way too early on something like that. Mediocre trader, give me just a second. I will go to the back of the big tramp for you here. Give me 1 second. Okay. So we've got a couple people here in the back of the big tramp. You guys are live on the channel here, so anything that you guys say will be recorded for history. Do note that. But how's it going?
How are you, my friend? I got what you asked me to get for you. I just want to make sure you get it.
Oh, okay. What was that?
So here, I'll send it to you in a private message real quick. If you want to Photoshop it to get my name or whatever, I don't care. It's up to you.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, let me
So
go ahead.
you can.
Let me take a screenshot of that. And is there anything on there that you don't want to be seen?
Not really. I don't really care, to be honest.
All right, I'm just gonna read this out loud and then not show it, just so everybody can hear it, and then that way it doesn't. I don't have to show anything, and they won't know. So yesterday I had a question that was asked to me, and is that all you had, mediocre?
Yeah, that's all I really had.
All right, cool. I'm gonna jump off the back of the big tramp here and talk to this. I really appreciate you doing that work for us, man. I really do, and I think other people appreciate it as well.
All right, but I'll talk to you a little later on.
Take
And tell your mom I said hello, Mrs. Shaw. How are you?
Mediocre says hello, and how are you?
Hey, I'm fine, mediocre, and it's nice to hear from you.
You too,
I
hon.
know this is a group
All
effort,
right, I'll let you
and
get back to your show.
everybody that
Thank you,
works on it
Casey,
is
for everything
really
you do, bud.
appreciated.
Yeah, you guys were talking over each other, and he said, "Thank you, mediocre. Take care."
All right, bye.
Need to go.
All right. So let me read this off. I had a question asked to me yesterday, and I know I'm missing some of what you guys are holding or asking questions on. So hold those thoughts for just a second while I read this off to you. The question that was posed to me yesterday was, what happens if your broker requests that you have during a reverse split a fee that's charged to you in a reverse split? And I said, that's an interesting question. I don't know because my broker doesn't charge me one. So I've never really experienced that before. So, but let me get down to the bottom of it. And reverse mediocre trader has a TD Ameritrade account. So he reached out to TD Ameritrade. I think it was looks like this morning. And I'm just going to read to you the back and forth responses with mediocre and them. He said, I have a question about TD Ameritrade reverse split fee. They said, thank you for chatting with us. We appreciate your patience as the next available associate will be with you as soon as possible. Then the associate says, good afternoon. Thank you for chatting. Wait, I don't know if I should say that part. How may I help you? He says, is it true that TD Ameritrade has reverse split fee for shareholders? They said it is a mandatory reorg fee. This is a fee passed on to shareholders of the company undergoing the reorganization to cover the associated cost. And then Mediocre said, I was told that TD Ameritrade charges a $38 fee for a reverse split fee. So this cost is passed on to the shareholders, and the representative said that is correct. Mediocre said, okay, thanks, have a good day. They said, you're welcome. Thank you for contacting TD Ameritrade. I hope you have a great day. So I want to let you guys know, if you are a TD Ameritrade, if they're your broker, you would be charged on a reverse split at least $38. I don't know if that would be per account. I don't know if that would be I don't know any of the specifics. But what I want to stress to you is that if you have any more questions about what your broker is going to do, you should contact your broker. Find out if a reverse split is going to do anything to you, and find out specifics. Find out very, very specific, very good specifics about how that works out. Is it $38 per amount of shares? Is it $38 per account? What is it? Find out specifics. I cannot stress to you enough. It's important to know this information before you get to that point. Z-Wade says, sorry in advance, Casey, Mom. I don't know what that's in reference to.
What?
I don't know. Some people are saying some weird stuff. Oh, okay. You're saying about the BS. I got you. That throat yogurt. Again, I'm just gonna. I don't want to specifically point to any one specific broker and say I know the answer. I just want you guys to contact your own brokers and find out for yourself, because I think it does make a difference. Myself says $38 per share. I don't know. Like those are the kind of questions that we need to be asking. Is it $38 per account, $38 per X amount of shares being transferred? Or reverse split? What is the fee? How much is it? Just a one-time fee only, and it's only $38 period? You know, these are things we need to know the answers to. Brian says that is 100% accurate. Just happened to me on another ticker. They give you, and then he goes on to say they give you no warning of this. That is also something that I've heard to be true. Harry Parrott says Casey, TD Ameritrade did that to me. I had them remove it. They did. I have heard that if you request for them to remove it, that oftentimes that they will remove that. I don't know if there are certain conditions to which that occurs or how often it occurs that they get it approved. I have no idea. John says, Casey, I did a funny of you on Discord. All right, John. I'm looking forward to hearing it. I'll wait until my break, which is coming up here real soon. Nana says, I think 38 is high for 10 shares. No kidding, right? All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys, because it is time. Mr. Finance says, TD told me over the phone everything is negotiable. At that point, I would say back to him, how about you just not charge me anything? How about you pay me to do a reverse split? How's that for a negotiation? Remember, anytime you're ever doing negotiations, guys, don't start out with what you want. Start further than what you want. Ask for more than what it is that you want, because you want to ultimately settle on the middle ground, which is what you really want. So start your negotiations further beyond what it is. So ask them to pay you for the reverse split, and then settle on zero.
Sounds like a real politician.
Sounds like a real politician. Thanks. I don't want to be known as a politician ever. I don't want to be known as that. You know what? Somebody broke down something on here one time. They said, "Give me power, and I'll give power back to the people." I think that's one of the most favorite things that I've seen somebody write on here before.
That is good.
Yeah, I love it. I love that. Give power to me, and I'll give power back to the people. I think that's such a great statement.
That's what I did with my student center. The students ran it.
LU Bones says, Casey, when a split happened for me on E-Trade, they did charge me a fee. I've seen that online, LU Bones, that they do charge. Mediocre is saying, I think it's a one-time fee, not per share. I wouldn't assume that it would be per share, Mediocre. I'm trying to get people into the idea of is that they need to contact their broker and find out what that's all about and figure out exact details. And there's no way for me to give everybody the answer for every single broker. So I want people to be in the habit of, you need to call your broker. That's important. You should already have their phone numbers available to you. That's important. Contact your broker, find out information. It's not, there's multiple different ways to contact brokers usually. But I'm trying to elicit good habits in the community here, and I think having every single one of you go out, contacting your broker and finding out the information in advance, so that gives you a good practice of being able to work with your broker and contacting them, knowing how fast you can get through to them. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I won't be able to see what it is you're saying until you see the Herbie back up on the page. Mom, did you see Herbie?
Yes, I saw.
You saw Herbie? Okay,
yes.
I didn't know if you'd seen Herbie. Oh, look. Hey, wait. I got to get my finger up here. Here it is. There she is. There she is right there.
Hi.
She's sitting next to me. She's on the screen now. All right. Hope your makeup's on.
I have no makeup.
Okay.
I'm wearing my pajamas even.
Ah, nice. Sorry, my breath's so stinky.
I've been drinking tea. I can't tell anything.
Okay. All right. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see Herbie back up on the page again. Also, let me log back into my broker. Can you hand me my phone that's back there on the table, please?
I can.
Thank you. You can unplug it. I'm sure it's 100% by now. I think I forgot to plug it in last night. Yeah, I know. I was gonna bring the box over here and use it, but
You want me to go get it?
no, it's all right. It's too late now. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. When you do set it up, if it allows you to put in a secondary device, not a bad idea, as you know, something may happen, and always good to have a backup device to be able to get that code on. Code on. Code on. I don't know. You know what I mean. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 61% combined total between AMC and Ape. Or sorry, what am I saying? Combined total between AMC's off exchange and EDGX, around 61% by this time. And currently we see 60.31% through the off exchange and EDGX at 11.6 for a grand total of 71.91%. That's about 10, almost 11% higher than what it should be for this time of the day. CHX volume is definitely elevated today. Our normal, a couple weeks ago, our normal daily volume going through CHX was about 1/4%. Due to the fact that we've had some massive amounts of CHX volume going through that exchange, the 30-day average is now up to 0.67, which should tell you some things are happening in the background. But so far for the day today, 0.81% of our volume, or 103,000 shares, have gone through that exchange. So that's pretty big. Taking a look at Ape, 69.39%, nice, has gone through that off exchange, and EDGX is at 5.45. Grand total 74.84%. That's 14.8% higher than it should be. CHX volume on a normal daily basis is about 0.1% of our daily volume. CHX volume on Ape today is 0.46, or 101,000 shares going through that exchange. You want to know why the price is going up? I think somebody's closing positions. On GME,
Again.
it happens all the time. Closing of positions happens a lot here and there. CHX volume is normal on GME, and HYMC CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at Ortex, a little over an hour ago, according to Ortex, there was approximately 658,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.25 million. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.66%. Cost to borrow minute 262.13. Average is at 299.16 and max at 327.96. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.35 million shares. Not a whole lot of change day over day on shares on loan at all. So much so to where I didn't even write any of it down. It was like 20,000 shares, and almost all of it was in short interest. So I didn't even write it down. It wasn't worth writing. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 880,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.56 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.52. Cost to borrow min is at 11.66, average at 12.52, and max at 13.33%. Shares on loan increased day over day by 600,000 shares, putting our shares on loan at 33.31 million shares, and that is all in short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume earlier this morning was at a $4 strike for calls. That is still the case. It went from 14.3 thousand contracts to 20.6 thousand contracts. You know how I feel about options, but I'm not gonna beat the dead horse. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $3.50 strike, just barely. $4 strikes are almost beating it out. But currently at $3.50 strike, an hour ago we had 3.7 thousand contracts, and now we have 4.9. Almost 5 times the amount of volume in call contracts than there is in put contracts. Let's take a look at what our combined price of AMC and Ape is. Currently, it's at $5.57. We very momentarily broke out of that descending parallel channel downwards, and we are seeing that reduction in price and consolidation. I tend to think that we might find support. I'm hoping we find support at $5.54. Consolidate a little bit in here and see our next run up hopefully within this same box right in here. The box does end at about 13:43 or 1:43 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. That, you know what, I'm going to extend this box out just a tad to 2. There we go. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is the first one on the list with a 68% buy to 32% sell ratio. AMC is next on the list with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio, and GME is the last one on the list here with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio, buy sell ratio. So all three doing very, very well, buying the rip as well as the dips, which is always a good thing to see happening. Taking a look at the SSR trigger price for the day-to-day, it's at for AMC is at $3.46. Ape is at 1.305. Shares available to borrow. No change, it looks like, in the last hour. So total amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day so far is 400,000 shares. Last seen fees were at 114%. NASDAQ is down, or sorry, I didn't say down, did I? I did. NASDAQ is up. Green, Casey. Green is up. NASDAQ is up 2.71%. Dow Jones is up 1.21. You know what it is, guys? It's reverse from, isn't the red light on the top of the light? Yeah, it is. You know what it is? I see green, and I think of a stoplight, and it's on the bottom side of the stoplight in my head, and so I say down. It's so stupid how my brain works. Nasdaq is up 2.75%. Dow Jones is up 1.22, and S&P 500 is up 1.91. We currently have 5,461 advancers to 1,245 decliners. The market is advancing over declining and cooking with something almost a little bit better than bacon grease because the whole market is looking hot and tasty right now. But we did note earlier that it's on low volume. Low volume and rising price is a bearish move. Watch out. Watch out. Volatility is going to get worse and worse. What?
It's claws on that trap.
Claws on that trap. Watch out. Let's see. The U.S. dollar is down 0.5% at 103.94. Oil is up 2.29. Mortgage-backed securities are up about anywhere from 0.41 to 0.42. SPY is up 1.94. VIX is down 2.8. VB is up 2.37. VBR is up 1.99. Tesla is up 6.72. Amazon is up 2.66. Cinemark is up 2.32. Doge is up 1.29. Bitcoin is up 0.54. GME is up 2.62. HYMC is up 3.23. Hood is up 3.91. CS is up 2.98. NCMI is up 2.6. Ape is up 4.1. And AMC is up 5.94. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we currently have $500,000 more outflow than inflow, with 13.65 million shares traded so far after 170 minutes of trading. Oops, times. I screwed it up. We're looking at a pace of about 31.31 million shares traded by the end of the day for AMC. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. I do think that we will hit those numbers before the day is over. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure according to the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 60.61, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.38, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.97, which is above average. No, I'm sorry, that's average. My bad. On Ape, there is approximately just a fraction of a hair more outflow than inflow. We're talking like $40,000 more. 22.63 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 171 minutes of trading, that puts us on a pace for 51.61 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 30 to 50 million. I do think that that's going to be very, very doable by those numbers. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.06, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.57, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.55, which is just about average. Alrighty, let's see here. I think that's everything, and time for me to take a break. Let me make sure I get this all back up on the page. Just like so. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are saying. Arby's comment, just take Winky. I don't know what just take Winky means.
I haven't even seen Winky. I think it's a figment of your imagination.
That carves deep. I fed that cat tuna.
Tuna?
I fed that cat.
Tuna?
People tuna.
Whoa.
Why do you think it's coming back?
I haven't seen him.
The kids fed Winky. You can ask them. Danny's over here saying Captain Winky. All right, guys. I'm gonna put on the music and I will be back at 12:10. Danny says, Casey, what's up? Tell Misty Mama Shaw hi in Shaw's We Trust.
Hey, Danny. Hope you have a nice New Year and your Christmas was wonderful.
The cat has not been here in like 2 or 3 days, myself. Oh, wait, that's right. I just remembered. My wife told me yesterday, I think she said that the neighbors or the family owner of that cat's out of town right now. So we probably
They're back. She said
they're back?
They're back. That's why you haven't seen him.
They're back. They were out of town. That's why we haven't seen him for a couple days. Apparently they're back now. So maybe he'll come back by and visit here in the next day or so.
Only if he smells tuna.
Only if he smells tuna. There's a joke there. There's a joke there, but I'm going to be very, very nice.
You know what? I don't even expect you guys to be nice anymore.
Alrighty. Oh, man. I'm going to... There's so many ways I could have taken it. All right. I will see you guys later. I'll be back at 12:10.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Will.
We will. Well. It's like I say milk. Milk. And myself's over here saying, "Dang, Casey." Alrighty, I will see you guys in just a little less than an hour. Alrighty, I'm back, and it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen, and I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until after the Herbie shows back up on the screen, so hold those personal thoughts or comments until you see Herbie back up on the screen. Taking a look. Oh, hey, I don't have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. Give me 1 second here. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62%. No, 62% going through the off exchange and EDGX combined by this time of the day. We've got so far 60.31. Oh, let me refresh this, make sure I refreshed it. So far, we've got 59.65% going through EDG or off exchange, and EDGX has 11.87 for a combined total of 71.52%. That's about 9.5% higher than where it should be. CHX volume is 0.71% of the total daily volume, which is elevated by quite a bit more than we're used to seeing on a normal basis, and it equates to about 104,000 shares traded through that exchange. I consider it a very large amount to be 500,000 shares, so it's not quite up to that huge amount yet, but it's getting up there. Taking a look at Ape. 69.57% is going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.46. Grand total 75.03%. That's about 13% higher than where it should be. CHX volume is definitely elevated by 4 times higher than what it should be. Our normal 30-day average is 0.1%. We're at 0.43% of the daily volume at 101,000 shares going through CHX. That is definitely elevated. On GME, CHX volume is sub low, meaning lower than subpar, I should say. And CHX volume on HYMC is 0. Taking a look at the Vortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 1.25 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.28. That's going to have the effect of not really doing anything to the short-term interest of the free flow, which is sitting at 21.66%. Cost borrow min is at 262.13%, average 299.4, and max at 327.96. Total amount of shares increased today on shares on loan, but it was so low that I didn't really count it. It was like 20,000 shares, all that in new short interest. But we're at 179.35 million shares on loan for the day today. On Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 1.56 million shares having been borrowed. It's the same. No change. It's going to leave the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 7.52%. Cost borrow min is at 11.66. Average 12.52 and max at 13.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 33.31 million shares. That is 600,000 shares more on loan today than yesterday. Taking a look at the call contracts. Highest amount of volume today is at a $4 strike. As of an hour ago, there's 20.6 thousand contracts. There's now 21.2. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. It was $3.50 an hour ago with 4.9 thousand contracts. Now at $4, there's approximately 5.5 thousand contracts. About a 4-to-1, almost a 4-to-1 ratio on calls versus puts. Market suggesting for a closing price on AMC to be somewhere around $4 by the end of the day. Max paying for this week is $4.50. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it is at $5.56. We are inside the box that I've got drawn up here, where I kind of insinuated there might be a level of consolidation that occurs before squeezing down to a point to where I think this is going to continue to break upwards further. Oftentimes when you do have, if I were to put this on a different time scale, for example, like a 10-minute time scale, you might see what looks more like a flag and pennant type situation. And so what you end up seeing here is for approximately 9:30 to say about 10:50, so an hour and 20 minutes, there was price movement upwards. Did I say an hour? Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes. So an hour and 20 minutes from 10:50 would be, that's how long the pennant should last for. 12:10 standard, 12:10 Eastern Standard Time would be when it should start moving upwards. But in this particular case, you don't see that happening at 12:10, which would have been right around here. But what I would also venture to say is that again, if I went out to an even higher time interval there was more time that this price was moving upwards on this flag. So if we go out, say, for example, like a 30-minute, no, maybe even more, maybe an hour. There we go. I think that hour kind of starts to show it a little bit more now. So now you got from 1800 last night or market close all the way up until 10 o'clock this morning. So now you're looking at like you basically have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, and now you've got 4 candles. I would say within the next hour. So I do think that this box is drawn out in the right spot here, but we should see a break to the top side here within, I would say, the next hour. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, let's see what we got going on here. Ape is the first one on the list with a 68.5% buy to 31.5% sell ratio. AMC is coming in at 61% to 39% buy sell, which is just barely meeting my expectations. On a buy sell ratio on GME, which is also making the list here, we have a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio, which is looking very strong. So AMC is losing a little bit of its buy to sell ratio muster, but hopefully that will pick back up if price starts to rise again. SSR would have tripped today at $3.46. It has not yet. Ape is triggered from yesterday. 1.305 would allow Ape to trigger SSR again today. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I don't believe there's been any changes since the return of 104,000 shares. So far for the day, we've seen 400,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 114%. NASDAQ is up 2.6, Dow Jones is up 1.17, and the S&P 500 is up 1.85. We have 5,440 advancers to 1,300 decliners. Doing a little bit worse than it was an hour ago, but not terribly worse. Still cooking with that bacon grease. Looking very, very strong right now, but it is on weak volume. The US dollar is down 0.56. Oil up 2.21. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.46 and 0.53. And the SPY is up 1.88. VIX is down 2.89. VB is up 2.53. VBR is up 2.16. Tesla's up 6.18. Amazon is up 2.36. Cinemark up 2.57. Doge is up 0.76. Bitcoin is up 0.46. GME up 1.14. HYMC up 3.61. HUD is up 3.57. CS up 3.15. NCMI is up 2.14. Ape is up 3.55. And AMC is up 5.93. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today is currently $300,000 more outflow than inflow. Very, very tight numbers. 15.26 million shares traded after 229 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. I do think that that's still a possibility. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.88, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure. No, hold on a second. Just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.24, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we actually have a divergence happening on the Vortex indicator with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI at 50.41, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, this could be the first indicator on a 5-minute interval that we're getting close to that next run-up that I was talking about earlier. The consolidation may be getting close to being over and seeing more buying pressure coming in. On Ape, we have approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 24.01 million shares having been traded so far after 230 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 40.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares. I do think that we will hit those numbers before the day's out. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.21, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.88, which is right about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.67, which is just slightly below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. SSR doesn't always seem to matter in decline of chart. It's not about mattering in I don't know what you mean by matter. Number one, it seems to make a big difference in creating liquidity in a marketplace, as we see it trip time and time and again when liquidity is low. And we do know that it means that there is short exempt volume that is legally allowed to be created during times of low liquidity. So I would say it does matter. It matters quite greatly. But Donkey Kong says beautiful cup and handle on the AMC 30-minute. Let's take a look at that. It's all right. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I mean, it's okay. I got a lot of extra lines in here that I need to get rid of that would probably clean this up a little bit and make it be able to see it a little bit better. But I see what you're going for there. I'm actually going to delete some of this stuff here. It's all too much garbage. Volatility is through the roof right now. Yeah, that's not bad. That actually is a pretty decent cup and handle. On a cup and handle like this, you should typically tend to see price fall back down about half the distance, I believe. So 4.13. So 4.13. Let me do some math here real quick. Based on the formula that you use to try and figure out where price is going to go to based off of a cup and handle, this is saying 430 is what I'm getting for the number, which is going to be right up in here somewhere. Let's see if there's a level of support or resistance right around there. Yeah, I'd say there's a little bit of resistance showing up, perhaps maybe at around 427. So yeah, we could see price moving back up into that range. I definitely see some gap filling that needs to be done around that price range. For sure. Yep. Pretty crazy flag. Yucca Frida says, looks like a broken mug handle. I've seen some of those before. Danny, take care, man. Danny, anytime you want to send it to me, just let me know. But I'm not going to reveal it. I'm not going to reveal it until like a minute or two beforehand. So just send it to me in like a DM or something. Blarkey says, Casey, is this finally where AMC will detach from the SPY or no? I don't know the answer to that. I think the minute that it detaches from the SPY, Blarkey, is going to be when you see margin calls that are happening. That's when it truly will be in inverse to the rest of the market. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. And congratulations again yesterday on your win yesterday. Captain Awesome says AMC merch is now back up on the site now with free shipping again. They're doing some more free shipping. Wow, that's crazy. That's really interesting, Doug. I hadn't actually looked at it. Let me check and see real quick here. And I wanted to let you know about something, Doug. I was kind of looking at it this morning. The 370 went up to 498 last time, which was a 34.6% increase, and then it dropped to 380. So we're really basing it off of 380. $4.71 would be the target number that I'm looking for to see a break above 15%. So I'm looking for 471. I was trying to remember because you had said 370 before and we talked about it last night and we went back and looked, but the reason that 370 didn't count for me, well, I mean it did count, but because it got up to $4.98 after the 370, that's a reset because it was 34.6% up when it went up to $4.98, which means you have a reset and then it went down to $3.80, which is a 23.7% drop in price, and then we are now at 4.07. So. I don't know if we're going to see more downwards momentum or if we're going to see more top. But if we're going to see more top, then it's going to have to break 471. Food Dog says Danny has the movie written on a paper inside a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist. Don't worry, guys. I have a backup plan for next week. Since whoever wins today is going to get to pick the movie for next week for Monday. The backup plan is I won't let the winner win 2 days in a row. But if Danny wins again today, I will let the second place person for the week pick the choice of movie for next week. Oh man, bird eye view photography. Go back to last year and look at last year's movements. If you look at last year's movements, they actually report institutions reported a sell off of their entire positions, and they never ever ever had any kind of change in institutional ownership the entire time that they did that. And it just absolutely kills me because they bought and sold in the same quarter, and there was never once a single reporting. And the other part that really kills me about that is you never saw utilization fall when that happened last year. It freaked me out, and I just didn't understand it. And I've got tons of documentation on it. If you want, I can link you to a post that I put out in regards to that. I have full faith, Bird Eye View Photography, that they've done the same thing again this year as well. I would not put it past them to have sold their entire positions and rebought back in at a lower price. Yeah, this is really sucky that he can't hear what I'm saying. All that volatility, Bird Eye, occurred. All the volatility that you're talking about occurred through off exchanges. If you want to understand why you're not seeing, if you want to understand why it is that you're not seeing um, changes in the amount of institutional ownership, it's because they're pushing everything through off exchange. I'm going to go ahead and link him to it. I think he's going to want to see this. Oh, yeah, you have no idea. If there was ever a time where I would agree to it when somebody said crime, James of Arizona, that would be it. I don't like saying crime a whole lot, but when I see it, I call it like it is. And man, I'll tell you what, they should have not been able to do that last year. So let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find the post for you guys so you guys can see it in case anybody wants. I did some pretty hefty documentation into this for the future because I know we're going to be using this later. Let's see if I can find it. All right. So I'm actually going to link you guys to the second post where I knew that Jane Street had also sold shares as well, just based off the amount of shares that were sold into the marketplace that I could account for didn't equal up to just Vanguard and BlackRock. So I knew it had to include Jane Street as well. But until I had the 13G filings that they filed in the next year of this year, there was no way I could prove it. So I'm actually going to link you to the original post, or not the original, but the second post that shows the 13G filings where they sold their positions and how much they bought back in for, according to their own filings. And it's just absolutely shocking. But the reason I'm linking you to that one first is because at the top of the page there's a link to the original post where it just talks about just Vanguard and BlackRock. I had to type it out for him. That sucks that he can't hear. Bird Eye says if it's weird that if we do a revert, so it's actually not weird because we won't end up with 140 million shares. I actually think it's going to be more than that. But I can't prove anything until I get a proxy. I need to see a proxy first, but I have a feeling it's going to be more in the range of 200, maybe 180 to 200.
New Year's is a holiday. You have to watch the parade.
I get 3 days off this weekend. Woohoo! I just had 4 last weekend. I get to spend more time with you. Kyle says, doesn't AMC still have 4 billion apes that would get converted into AMC? That's not exactly how it would work, Kyle. They have 44 million preferred shares, preferred equity shares. On those preferred equity shares, those could be converted into 4.4 billion ape units. On the conversion, they're asking for us to vote, and this is my interpretation, but it looks, or it appears to be, that they're asking us to vote to be able to convert those 44 million AMC preferred equity shares into AMC, just like they do into Ape. So that will be one of the 3 votes that we have to go over. But again, there's some confusion as to whether or not they'll convert as 4.4 billion or if they'll convert as 440 million. I can't tell you for sure which way or the other until I see a proxy. I need to see a proxy.
We'll get to see the proxy before we have to vote.
Yes.
And before we buy too much ape first.
Kyle's UPS delivery guy says, "Are you whispering sweet nothings in my ear?"
That's me whispering in his ear.
That's my mom. Kyle, you're welcome. But that is something that we're going to have to vote on. Bird Eye says, January 1st, every Canadian ape can buy with some big numbers. I don't know. Sam says, nothing, 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 nothing. I don't know what that means. I am going to end the poll from up above. Mom, you beat me out. But only because people didn't want to piss anyone off.
Oh, I could only see the
I would say that since 39% didn't want to piss off anybody off and you won the majority vote on the 2 above, I would say that means that you probably would have won more of the 39%. So therefore, you probably won this, and I just gave people an easy way out. So congratulations.
I'll share with whatever, so that I want us to be even. Oh.
Well, if you share it, then I still lose. That doesn't sound like a deal.
always ask you and I don't know what stuff, so that's okay.
Sam says sweet nothings. Oh, got you. Okay, I got it. Sweet nothings. Food Dog says, Casey, move your microphone to the other side so we can hear Missy better, or is that too much of a cotching? Hold on a second. Let me look.
Does it swing all the way up?
Okay, so the unfortunate thing is it doesn't move to the other side. I could ask her to sit to the other side of me, but that's
Then
up
I
to her.
couldn't see all the end stream very well.
Oh, she can't read what it is you guys are writing if I have her switch to the other side. So unfortunately, she can't do that.
I can just get closer to Casey.
I don't think you want to smell my breath while I'm talking. Talking for 9 hours a day tends to lead to
Halitosis?
halitosis. Yeah,
Just drink more water
just drink more water.
or less coffee.
Yeah, okay. Fred I says 64 million shares to get 100% utilization.
We already have 100%.
Doing reset now. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh.
Do you see Ape going back to $2 or another dip before the rip? That's a great question, M Dog. I don't know the answer to. There's let me look at Ape real quick here. Give me a second. Let me see if I can kind of give you like a projected movement. Let me see if I can look for a longer term
But this is
outlook.
not advice.
It's not advice. Yeah, it's not financial advice.
So you can give advice on other things?
Like what?
What to do for a cough?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Oh. But you're not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
Relationships?
Yeah, I can give relationship advice.
Okay. Dating advice?
I don't know. You just keep throwing stuff out. I don't know.
Trying to figure out what I'm going to ask next.
I don't know if that's a descending parallel channel or not. I'd have to redraw this. Give me just 1 second here to see if I can redraw this. Why are you looking at me like that when?
I'm trying to figure out how you can see, but you're not wearing bifocals.
Why do I need a bifocal?
So, if your glasses have bifocals, you have to do this to see.
This is really close to a descending parallel channel that looks like we're in here. So in regards to your question, there is no known distance that price could move down in this descending parallel channel that I'm kind of seeing here. What I can say though is that when this does break out, it should be to the top side. Whether or not we're going to move back down again, it's definitely a possibility. As I see, currently this every single day this goes on forward, it could be a little bit more further down that the price could break down to, all the way down to zero, as a matter of fact, which is in the forecast of this descending parallel channel. But the further down that it gets here, the closer it becomes to needing to be able to break out to the top side. So I mean that's the best I can give you. I don't.
You don't have a clue how long it will keep going down.
Yeah, there's no way for me to know. I don't. There's no way for me to know how much further down it's going to go or how much longer it's going to take before it does rip.
It's kind of interesting, this little pattern. It looks like a bug crawling.
Well, you heard it here first, guys. It's a bug crawling. The stock is going to rip. That's what that means. It's the new bug crawling pattern analysis. I gotta delete. I'm deleting some. I'm playing a little bit of cleanup here, guys. I just noticed I had a bunch of different images in here that I need to kind of get rid of.
The bug hopped there.
Yeah, the bug. Oh yeah, the bug hopped here, guys. Right here, the bug hopped. Bug hopping.
I like the colors.
Yeah, colors are cool.
I like
Christmas colors. How long have I had two screens?
The two curved ones. Birthday?
Father's Day or birthday? I can't remember. It may have been both. Actually, they're really close to each other. It might have been Father's Day and birthday.
Yeah. Very cool.
I feel like I just lost my Fibonacci and all that.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. I guess I just didn't zoom out far enough. I don't know. Thorbladed says, Nana, tell him to brush his teeth after coffee. Who wants white teeth? She just went to the bathroom, Doug. I'll have to let her know. I'll copy and paste your message. Baby update. 36 weeks, 6 pounds, 10 ounces. Nice. M-Dog, you're welcome. Novocaine says, is talking to throat yogurt. That is correct. The drop in utilization to me looked like forced closing. Or I shouldn't say forced closing. I should just say closing of positions. Force is a wrong term to use. There was some closing of positions. Petro, my wife said, remind me. That sounds wrong. Petro, remind me to send you a DM later. I got to send you a DM. Casey, Casey, how are we looking, my man? Was the last support before a huge run? It's guys. I wish I had crystal balls. I only have diamond ones. I don't have crystals. I don't know. I don't know the answer to those kind of things. I mean, I can kind of give you guesstimates as to where price may be heading, but I can't really tell you if it's the end or not. I mean, there's really like not really any way that I can possibly tell you that. Derek says, Casey, the longest 2 weeks now. Sometimes 2 weeks can feel like a long time, Derek. You're not wrong. Kathy says, have I missed the exciting new we may not be able to trust? Question mark. I have no idea what that means. All right, I'll send you a message later, Pedro. Yucca says, Casey, remind me to send you a super chat. That's right. That's right. I'll get right on that, Yucca Frida. Those super chats, those are high priority on my part here. The heading of Casey today on the video. It's fun to get excited by news. How much do you trust it though? So there's been a little bit of pieces of news that have come out recently, and maybe even in probably the coming days. That I just wanted to remind everybody that in the description box of this channel there is the playbook, the hedge fund playbook, and it's literally titled Hedge Fund Playbook. When you want to go click on that, you can go read that. But in there, in the playbook, there's a reference to some of the things that hedge funds may do, or anybody who's shorting a position may do in order to create fear, uncertainty, or doubt within the community in order to get, I shouldn't say community, but within retail to get them to sell their positions. And some of those things include things like analyst reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations. That's kind of a high one right up there because I tend to think you may be seeing some stuff about that here really soon. Frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target company customers, financings, etc. We've already seen that. We know Adam Aaron just tried to purchase Cineworld and was unable to do so. Pulling margin from long customers and paid bashers. All these things are things that are in their paid. This is an article that was written in 2014 that told us everything that was going to happen to us well before it ever even happened. It's all there for you to read. Go check it out and read it, because I guarantee you that every time you see a news article that pops up that seems like it's like great, exciting news, or it's bad, negative news, whatever it may be, when you read it, keep that in mind. Not all news is something that you should necessarily get excited by, even if it's in favor of anything in for our, that's anything against our position whatsoever, against or for.
Interesting question. Professor
Read that down there. That was for you from Doug. Petrifier says, ask Shelley Long and Tom Hanks how long 2 weeks took. I don't know what. Oh, I just got that, Petrifier. It took me a second. I was like, huh? Yeah. Ask him how long that took. That's a great point. It's a great movie.
In the movie?
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a second too. I was like trying to figure out. Like, I'm the one who made it up, and like I can't even remember what it's from. I'm getting asked a question. Thorblade says, Casey Shaw, what's going to be the name of my wife and first child? I have no idea.
Crystal Ball Shaw? Shaw, what?
How many children will I have? Crystal Ball Shaw.
Thorblade. Wait a minute. How? Oh, got it. Bought a leap on AMC last week. A leap?
Yeah, it's he bought some option contracts for a year out.
I can still kind of read it if I really squint.
Kathy, you're absolutely welcome. I just didn't know what it was in reference to. It. You know, I'm a little thick-headed over here, and so sometimes you have to spell it out for me.
So, Adam Aaron's bid to buy Cineworld fell through?
Cineworld is owned mostly by institutes. Was Adam Aaron dealing with them? Laugh out loud. I have no idea who he was dealing with. I would assume he would have been dealing with Cineworld or their debtors. And the answer to that, I mean, if all you have to do is go back and look a couple weeks back when Cineworld's price started running from dollar or $2 up to $10, and I told you guys at the time when that happened, I said somebody's trying to. I didn't know if it was AMC, but I said somebody's trying to buy Cineworld right now, and the only reason that the price is rising is because somebody's trying to stop that from happening. They don't want that to happen.
Who's the they? We don't know
I don't know who the they is. I have no idea. Somebody doesn't want somebody to buy the company. Otherwise, the price wouldn't have just randomly just started driving up like that. It just so happened that we ended up finding out later that it was Adam Aaron trying to buy it. So we know now that it was Adam, it was AMC trying to buy it.
But who is making the price?
No idea.
That's who doesn't want it.
But we know who the market makers are, and more than likely the market makers are the ones controlling the price. But this is an accusation I'm making that I can't make.
Oh, don't make it.
Right.
Yeah, that's not crazy. That's crazy. So if somebody offers to buy your company, or maybe don't offer, they're not that nice, but they're trying to take it over, and the price is going down, what does that mean? That people want it to get bought?
Probably.
Interesting. So the thing to do is look for companies where the price is going down.
Julo, tell your husband that he was bashing Casey and others here on the Marines thread.
What?
I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Clark is back as Julie? Somebody told him how many shares he had.
Julie's saying we are very active in Tony and Mass live chats. Civil Discord is all I'm saying for your fellow ape. There seems to be something going on here. I don't obviously understand what all is. It seems to me like everybody's got some. It could be I missed out on something while I was on break that you guys understand that I don't. With all the money AMC shareholders have lost, we could have opened our own hedge fund. Then maybe we could short hedge funds. that
Sounds like
that
a good idea.
sounds like a fun idea.
I like the one above that. Something about AMC earrings.
AMC earrings. I don't really care about earrings.
Well, it's because you don't wear them.
That's right. Julie says, this is why I love Tony and Mass. You can speak your mind and may have a difference in opinion, but as apes, we all come back together. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too.
But you don't talk about earrings.
No, I don't talk about earrings. Well, I haven't had any problem with anything that you've said, Julie. So I don't know what the problem is, but it sounds like people are associating you with Clark. And I know that we got rid of Clark earlier this morning as he was violating rules, or either that he was trying to turn this into a bashing place against people who are here to buy AMC. So and here to see information about AMC. So. You know, I'm not interested in having people come in here and just harass people. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with harassment. It's one thing to come in here and have like a difference of opinion, but to come in and bash the stock or the people who are invested in the stock is a totally different thing. I will not stand behind that, and I will create a safe place for people to be able to talk about the stock that it is that they're invested in.
I think somebody said that Clark and
Steven's saying, I don't recommend FUD channels. Most of them don't understand AMC. I'm not sure who that's. Yes.
Oh, that's yucky.
Throat Yogurt says, Julie, I'm the manager. What seems to be the issue? Brian says, I keep hearing pay off debt, but GME only got 26 million debt and they still haven't covered. So you think GME will squeeze first? So part of the problem with Brian with GME is that they have a negative portfolio. They're running red right now. So until they can turn their company into a money making company without debt, which is what they've gotten rid of the debt, which is a great thing, right? Like it's great that they've gotten rid of their debt, but you still have to be a company that's making money. And until you can start making money, then nobody's going to be investing in your company, and they haven't been able to show that they can make money quarter over quarter. So they have a cash burn. They're a leaking faucet, and they need to change that. And so, Brian, I don't think you'll ever see GME rip again until they can change that. They don't have the squeeze potential at this time. And they keep taking it away from themselves by continuously putting their shares into DRS and getting rid of the amount of liquidity available in the market to make the shares trade at some kind of amount that's going to be volatile enough to be able to get the stock to even kind of have any kind of squeeze. So they're stabbing themselves in the back. They're stabbing their own backs, and the company's still leaking out a leaking faucet. So two different things need to go on there. People need to make their shares available to be traded in the marketplace, and they need to have the company stop being a leaky faucet. And once those two things, or one of those two things, may even only need to be one of the two. Once one of those two things happens, then you may potentially see a squeeze off that stock, but otherwise, not a chance. Unless there actually is an unless in there. Unless meme stocks in general has, start taking off, and then they'll take off with it naturally. Sympathetic squeezing can absolutely happen anytime hedge funds start having problems with collateral. So there is always that unless.
There's a bunch of messages I don't even understand.
Let's see here. Javi the Great says 10 shares to the moon. Yucca Freed and myself, do you have a leaky faucet? What did myself say? I missed it. I didn't see it. I don't see it in there. Would we rather have Adamir pay off the debt or acquire some theaters or some type of acquisition from Cinemark? You mean Cineworld? Cinemark and Cineworld are two different things. They're not the same thing. Would we rather have Adamir pay off debt or acquire some theaters?
If he paid off the debt.
I would like to see all. I would like to see both of those happen. I would like to see the debt paid off and acquire theaters.
But
Would be ideal.
If he paid off the debt first, then he could afford to borrow new money to buy at a lower rate to buy the theaters, right?
Wait, say that again?
If he paid off his debt first, all the debt first, then he could start fresh and borrow new money to buy the additional.
Well, I mean,
theaters.
ideally, I would like to see Adam Aaron start making AMC profitable to where he can make his own acquisitions without needing our positions as well. You said borrow.
Well, borrow.
And I'm saying I don't want to see him. Well, if you're talking about borrowing from banks or something like that, I thought you meant like getting more equity out of
us.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see pay down the debt first. I think paying down the debt's the biggest priority. However, I also think that if Adam Aaron doesn't start sucking up some of these companies as they're going bankrupt, then he may lose his opportunity to be able to get them. So it's kind of a situation, right time, right place, right. What's the third one? Time, place,
price.
I don't know. Sure.
So
if he may not have this opportunity again if he doesn't do it now.
So if you have a car and you owe triple what it's worth, or double even, and you want to buy another car, you really should do something with the first one, debt first, right? You don't buy a second car until you get rid of some of the debt on the first one. It's the same way.
I mean, companies borrowing money has always been. I mean, that's
how they fix their taxes.
There's lots of reasons to have borrowed money. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but so I don't know if I necessarily completely fully agree with the idea that you have to always pay off your debt before you can do something. But I think in this particular case, for him to be able to pay off enough debt to be able to make AMC profitable, I think is highly important. Novocaine says, I think if the estimate for acquisition would equal a positive cash flow, then I think that would be better in the long run for AMC. And I tend to kind of, and us, yeah, and I tend to agree with that.
Ooh, our credit rating was downgraded?
I believe our debt was downgraded, I believe. Credit, I don't know if it was the credit rating or I'd have to go back and take a look at that and see. REL says they did downgrade debt just like they did before the mini squeeze. I started to kind of look into that a little bit last night because I had first heard about it. I believe it was last night. I started looking into what debt rating means when it's downgraded by. I mean, I know what it means, but like, what is the outcome of debt downgrading? And I I didn't really come up to it with a great answer last night, so it's something I'm still kind of like looking into. I want to have like a better answer for you guys, and I don't have one right now at this time. So if anybody wants to ask me questions in regards to like what does that mean for having our debt downgraded, I'll have to do some more research. I don't do research while I'm on. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Hobbies the Great says as long as we have our Nissans. Oh, where did Melissa go? Okay, no, sure. No, I just want to know what if she went to go pick up the truck or if she got some kind of notification or. Why are you saying that we will eat the debt? Debt, not the dead. The debt. DEBT.
I saw that sign, and I was going to ask you.
I'm saying debt. DEPT. Did you read that comment that I had down here, Mom? I get rid of it.
Yes. Thank you for showing me.
Mm-hmm.
Who was it from?
Doug?
Is he on now?
I don't know if Doug's on or no. We can look and see. Doesn't appear so. Oh, he is on. Yeah, Doug. Milo Doug. Let's see here. Janice saying it is time to take a look at the numbers here, guys. So I'm going to just cover some of the things that you guys are writing real quick here. Janice said, the more I learn about the reverse split, the more I feel like molasses will be farther away. And I've never heard I don't think I've heard anybody call it molasses yet. And it's lets a lot of shorts out of the bag. I really hate the idea so far for us. Z Wade says, I'm late, but I'd rather see the debt paid off. I think trying to upscale yourself out of debt is always risky, but I'm not a corporation, so what do I know? Kathy says for credit rating, you need some debt, question mark. I think it helps. As we all know that, oftentimes when you have debt or when you have an access to a line of debt, Kathy, that if you're not using it, then the banks just see you as like it's kind of like a negative thing for your debt your credit score. So having a little bit of debt out there is always it's a good thing. It gives you a better credit rating. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the numbers. I'll real quickly just read what Angelita said here. What did the shorts want us to do? That's a great question. I don't know about you guys, but there have been times where I've kind of held on to uh, sources of information where I feel like they are um, unknowingly giving me information by telling me what it is that I don't want to hear. By telling me what it is that the shorts want us to do. I don't know if that makes any sense at all to you or not, but I don't know the answer to that yet. I have not seen any kind of clear indication one way or the other. And I as soon as I kind of get an inkling of what that might be, then it might kind of help me to make a decision as to which way I'll be looking at this. And I would suggest that, any of you guys, it's always good to have an open line of conversation with somebody who you know is an absolute 100% shill, and know how it is that they view it. Have that open dialogue with that person, and try to get their perspective on why they're trying to get you to vote the way that they want you to vote, and then maybe analyze that and kind of think about it, mull it over a little bit and figure out why. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's start off with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange and EDGX combined total to be somewhere around 24%. Sorry, 24, 54, 64, 60. I can't talk, man. All right, 64% is what I think it should be. So far, as it stands right now, we have 59.23% going through off exchange and 11.87 through EDGX. We're at a combined total of 71.7 or 71.1%, and that's going to be, huh?
A little high.
Yeah, 7.1% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. The CHX volume is right about what our 30-day average is, but our 30-day average has been massively driving upwards due to the amount of CHX volume that's been going through that exchange, the Chicago-based exchange. It's at 0.66% right now, which is right at the 30-day average and 104,000 shares going through that exchange. That is a very, very large amount of volume going through there that we don't normally see. We used to only see about 25% of, or 0.25%, a quarter of 1% going through there on a daily basis. And in the last week, it's all gone all the way up to over 0.5%. So big numbers there. Taking a look at Ape, 69.83%, nice. Going through the off exchange and EDGX at 5.38% for a grand total 75.21%. That's about 11.2% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 4 times larger than what it has been in the last 30 days at 0.42% of the total daily volume and 101,000 shares going through that exchange. GME has very normal, actually subnormal, or I guess subpar would probably be the best way to say it, CHX volume than usual. HYMC is got 0 volume going through that one on CHX for that one. Taking a look at Ortex data. There was 1.28 million shares having been borrowed so far on AMC for the day today. It's now 1.3 million. That's not a whole lot of a difference, but estimated short share interest of the free float sitting at 21.67%. Cost to borrow min at 262.13%, average 300.77%, and max at 327.96%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day only increased by day over day by 20,000 shares, and all that was in new short interest. But shares on loan pretty much unchanged to 179.35 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, earlier this morning on Ape, there was approximately 1.56 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now down to 406,000 shares. That drop is going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.43%. Cost to borrow min is at 11.66, average 12.52, and max at 13.33. Shares on loan for the day today is up by 600,000 shares. That's 33.31 million shares more day over day on new short interest. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call options was at a $4 strike with 21.2 thousand contracts. It's now 21.5. Highest amount of volume for puts an hour ago was at $4 strike with 5.5 thousand contracts. It's now 5.7. Almost a 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market is signaling for a $4 close by the end of the day today on AMC. Combined, AMC and Ape's price is currently at $5.61. We are getting what appears to be a break of the level of support right here. Sorry, I said support and I meant resistance. And we may see price start running very, very shortly from here. I would expect it to break out of this box here. I'm hoping for it to break through this box to the upside before this box ends, which is at about 14:29 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll see if that happens. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is the first one on the list with a 68% buy to 32% sell ratio. GME is the next one on the list with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio, and AMC has a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. So all of them are within the ratios that I like to see, and on the top most heavily traded stocks in volume of orders. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.46 for the day today. Ape triggers at 1.305. Let's see here. Shares available to borrow. Still the same, no change since 9:48 this morning. Fees are still at 114% as we saw from earlier, and there's only 104,000 shares in the ETFs that are available to borrow. So far for the day, we've seen about 400,000 shares borrowed. NASDAQ is up 2.69, Dow Jones is up 1.18, and the S&P 500 is up 1.88. We currently have 5,488 advancers to 1,274 decliners. The market is just barely advancing more than it was an hour ago and cooking with bacon grease because it's hot and tasty looking all over the place. The only problem is it's on low volume. US dollar is currently down 0.56%. Oil is up 2.66. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.46 and anywhere between 0.43 and 0.46. SPY is up 1.9. We have the VIX down 2.98. Everything else is up on my list here, so I'll just read through them. VB 2.39, VBR 2.03, Tesla 6.06, Amazon 2.61, Cinemark up 2.75, Doge 1.03, Bitcoin 0.55, GME up 1.9, HYMC 3.01, Hood 3.51, CS up 2.76, NCMI up 0.54, Ape is up 4.83, and AMC is up 6.52. Inflow versus outflow, there's approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 16.35 million shares traded so far after 290 minutes of trading. No, that's not correct. 283 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 22.53 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested at pre-market. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.13, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.24, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.51, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 24.71 million shares traded so far for the day today after 283 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 34 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares, and now I'm starting to get a little worried that I might not hit that, but we'll see. Lately, we've been getting a little bit of extra additional volume towards the end of the day. I think we've kind of hit that. Usually going into the last 2 hours of the day, we don't drop down too much more from this, so I kind of am expecting that we'll probably make it within that 30 to 50 million volume prediction. It'll be close. It'll be really, really close, but more likely towards the bottom side of my range. On a 1 hour time interval, we do have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.8, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.09, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.69, which is average. And with that, it looks like we're going to barcode out this day. That's what it's starting to look like on Ape anyways. I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Oh man, Pele died. I used to play soccer a lot, and for those of you guys out there that like to call it football, I used to play a lot of soccer, and that sucks, man. Pele was he was the he was the amazing soccer player that every kid dreamed of being. He was the Michael Jordan of soccer back when I was a kid. So that sucks. I'm gonna write his name down. We'll do a little toast to him at the end of the day today. To the great soccer player, football. I should probably say football. To the great football player, Pele. Philip says, I am bothered that holding. Okay, so Philip's coming in here with I think a scenario. This is a scenario saying, I am bothered that holding 1,000 shared until a reasonable 500 turns into having to hold to a ridiculous 5,000 per share to equal the same outcome. We now are in an impossible outcome. So it's not an impossible outcome at all. There's been plenty of stocks out. In fact, actually, a great way to put this to you, Philip, is for example, what did price get up to for Bitcoin? Let me ask you that question. And that's not even backed by anything. So you have to ask yourself, is it possible to see more than $60,000 a share? And the answer is absolutely, it is possible. If you want another example, I can give you plenty of others. I mean, there's plenty of positions out there that are over $5,000 a share. So is it possible? It is absolutely possible to see those, and not impossible to see those kind of numbers. But it is what you want to believe. If you decide that you want to sell for a price lower than what it is you're holding as a royal flush, and you don't think your royal flush is worth a royal flush, then you're going to fold early. And you're right. Your impossibility will be a self-created impossibility. But you literally, as a shareholder, are dictating the price here because you hold all the cards that you need to have the winning hand. So you really need to look at it from a different perspective and say, what is this possible? If somebody's willing to pay anything, and they have to pay anything to get what it is that I hold for, what are you willing to hold for? They seem to be in control for the past 2 years. I don't believe that to be anywhere close to being correct. I've seen them lose control 3 different times. So I don't see how that's the case. If you're saying that you don't think that, let me ask you this question too. Let me ask you, do you think the buy button being taken away this time is going to scare investors as much as it did last time? Let me ask you that. Now that we know what we know, do you think seeing the buy button being taken away is going to have the same effect as it did last time? Okay. Now we're getting down to the okay, so now you're saying just feeling less confident as this is prolonged. I understand that. That makes sense to me. I get that. I totally do understand that, but you have to understand that nothing has changed about your position. You may be feeling less confident, but that's the whole point of what it is that you're going through. They want you to feel less confident. They want to be able to tell you that you need to sell early. So what is it that you believe that you hold on to? Do you believe in something that you're holding on to has an unimaginable upwards pressure and forced buying, or do you believe that what you're holding on to is something that you're being told is not worth anything? What is it that you believe that you're holding on to? Yeah, I understand, Philip. That's the whole point of all this. The whole point is to scare the crap out of us, man. That is the entire point of what it is that's going on here. You've nailed it on the head. Everything that we are witnessing, everything that we're experiencing on a daily basis is meant to scare us shitless. That's what it's meant to do. And you can either choose to be afraid or you can choose to be something else. That choice is yours. You could end up with a tenth of your current shares, and you could also end up with way less money than you had originally planned for. If you buy into the idea that you're not going to continue to hold to higher prices. What do you believe in? I believe in numbers, Philip. I believe in numbers. I believe in numbers telling me what other people are doing, and I'm going to let other people dictate how long I hold on for. That's what I'm going to let numbers do for me. I'm going to let the numbers work in my favor, and I can't promise anybody anything at all. But I'm certainly not going to be one of the first people to fold in this. I can promise you that. Because if I see that everybody else is holding, then I'll hold too. Okay, Philip, I understand that. I understand that I'm all in, I will let it go to zero. But if you're all in and you'll let it go to zero, will you let it get to 60,000? Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's the same exact the other direction. And I've actually said this. I've actually said this before to people that if you think holding to low prices is hard, you wait until trying to hold to high prices. The first time you see 6 digits hit your account, or maybe even 7 digits hit your account in your brokerage account, you're gonna freak out. You're gonna freak the f out, and you're gonna start panicking, and you might do something that you regret. You have to have more. You have to have just as much conviction holding up as you do holding down. And if you don't, if you don't, Philip, then you're just gonna have everything that you told me earlier about this being a play that's not going to make you as much money as you could have made before is going to be true. It's literally about conviction. It's about integrity, doing what it is that you said you were going to do. That's what this is all about.
The temptation to sell for fear is just as bad as the temptation to sell for because of fear isn't much different than the temptation to sell when it's high so you can turn it around and buy more later. I mean, that may not make sense, but I actually did it. When the price got really, I bought high, and then when it got low, I thought I'll sell my high ones because there's only a few, and I'll wait a few days till it goes lower, and then I'll buy lots more because it was kind of a greedy feeling. And I realized after I did it that it didn't make sense. I need to just buy and hold and watch and see where it happens.
I didn't say it, guys. I didn't say it.
That wasn't his voice.
That wasn't my voice. I leaned over. I just, this is really about conviction. It's really about understanding that the difference between gambling and investing. That's what this is. The difference is. It's a gamble or it's investment. Where do you hold? What are you going to hold for? What do you want to see have happen?
And then I prayed desperately that it wouldn't mow. I prayed desperately that it wouldn't mow, or it wouldn't MOASS until I had my whole year in, so I wouldn't have to pay bigger taxes.
Will I say Philip's last name? I'm so afraid to. I'm so afraid. Okay, Giacomentino, Tonio, Giacomentonio. That's my best shot at it.
I think Gia would be John.
Maybe it is Ja. I don't know.
Just run it together. Nobody knows.
And I'm not trying to get down on you, Philip. I understand. I understand the fear. I really do, man. I know. I probably come across as like this really confident person sitting on the other side of this this computer screen. You're not sitting here with me. I understand. I totally get it, man. I totally understand the fear. I really, really, truly do. But you have to consider the alternatives. Why should I be fearful? Why should I hold on to fear when I have signs that people around me are holding? I have tons of people. I have 353 people who are sitting here right now who are willing to sit here and tell me that just because of their participation that they're willing to hold on to this. And I see it. I see it in the numbers. So why should I be fearful? Why should I fear that? And I don't. I don't fear that. I don't have to fear. Yeah, he's trying to hot catch me. My mom's over here saying it has the ah sound in it. It's okay to have fear, Philip. I tell my and I don't mean to talk to you like you're a kid because you're not a kid. Or maybe you are. I don't care. I don't care if you're a kid or you're not a kid. The point is that there's it's okay to be fearful about things that are really something to really fear. Where it's not healthy to be fearful is when it's an unrealized fear or something that is not really perceived yet, right? Can you imagine going through life that every time you got into a car, you were afraid that you were going to get into an accident and die? Can you imagine? How often would you drive if you thought that? Like if you literally sat and every time you got into that car, you thought, this is the day. I'm going to die today when I drive this vehicle. You would never drive if you went around, you would never want to drive if you always went around being fearful of what the outcome was going to be. You can't live life like that. You just can't. You can't live life like that. Dr. Zeno says, every time I go pee, I'm fearful another kidney stone may start up. Fabio says, the fear is an illusion, pain and dead is real. That's right. Fear is an imagined enemy. It is.
And sometimes it's not nearly as bad as we thought it would be because we dwelled on it so long and had so much.
I'm not trying. James Arizona says, Casey, you just made me buy more. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to tell you to go buy more. It's just, and I'm not saying not to either, but I'm just trying to tell you guys it's like it's okay to have fear, but like understanding that fear and understanding what is beyond the fear or what could be even better is important to remember that as well. Remember what's always beyond the fear. Look past that fear. Look past that fear and say, can I see something better beyond that? Or is it truly is the end of the fear? Is that where really is that what's the final outcome? Or do I just want to be afraid? Right? I don't know, man. I can't answer these kind of questions for you. These are the kind of things you have to ask yourself. What am I willing to fear and what am I not willing to fear? Francis says, please comment on Adam Aaron dropping shares on a price one run. Francis, he has the ability to be able to drop more shares up to 40 million according to the 8K. We knew he was going to dilute on GME the entire time. So what do you want me to say? We knew it was coming. Ding, ding, dong, dong. I can see what you're saying, but I can't answer everything here. I'm trying to read through it. Your stuff is showing up. I just haven't been able to read everything. It's going pretty quickly here. I got to go break too here, guys. I'm in it for the entire ride. Hey, man, I'm in it too, and this is why I want to have a community where we can all say, "Hey, I'm still here. I'm in it. I'm with you." You know. And so I hold for you.
Isn't that in it to win it?
In it to win it, yeah. Yucca Frida, I'll check out everything when I'm on break. Hazel says, oh no, it's Javi the Great says Ape is frozen. Yeah, it looks like they pretty much turned it into barcoding from here on out. We may be stuck for the rest of the day. I mean, I'll pull it up over to the side here real quick here, but I kind of mentioned that at about 1300 that I thought that we might see. Oh no, I guess I had this extended out. I did extend it out a little bit to 1435. So I gave myself a little bit more time here, but I think they're trying to avoid this breakout right here that we're about to see. And I think if they trade this sideways out to the end of the market today, they're going to try to avoid that as much as possible. Try to stop this. Try to stop this from just absolutely running. So, yeah. How do you do that? How do you stop? How do you stop volume? Trade it sideways. tell you what, Philip. You know, because I do want to touch a little bit on one thing before I go. This is the last comment I'm gonna make. I'm not gonna continue on reading on and commenting on anything else here. I'm gonna say one last thing here to Philip. Philip, the one thing that I want you to remember here is that this may not ever turn into a generational wealth type play. It may not, right? And that's okay because I think, you know, when this does start squeezing, even if you run away from this thing with way more money than you've ever seen, more than likely you'll see any more money than you've ever seen on any other play that you've ever played on before. Period, hands down. So like, you know, it sounds to me like it's kind of one of those things is where like, you know, greed kind of enters into you, right? Greed enters into you and says, I want more. I want more out of this. I had to wait for so long. Why? I need more. Don't have expectations, man. Don't set yourself up for that kind of failure of having those expectations for the future. Let the numbers drive you to do what it is that you're going to do, and not necessarily the greed that wants you to have more and more and more and more. That's what we maybe not you. I think for some of us, I can't speak on to how many people I think is this I'm speaking for here, but some of us came here to fix a market. And what causes this market to be corrupt is the greed, right? More and more and more and more. Look how much they've been fighting us for the last 2 years to hold on to the money. Instead of paying us out at $4 or $2, or well, I guess we were at $5. Instead of paying us out last year at $5, they let it run all the way up to 70 something dollars a share, right? Don't let that greed get a hold of you. Don't have expectations. Buy and hold, man. That's it. That's it. Watch for the numbers. When the numbers get to the right spot and tell you that it's time to leave, then you leave. You do so in silence on this channel. But Yucca Free says, Casey, it sounds like fear is talking. It's not. There's not fear. It's not fear here. But you have to be careful about not letting greed talk too. Because greed and fear kind of go hand in hand. So it's greed is almost like the antithesis, the negative side, the negative positive side to the bottom side, right? So if fear is the negative to the bottom side of the price running, then greed is the equivalent to price running. So don't let either of those two things control your life, fear or greed. It's not going to end well for you if you do. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I will see you guys back to toast out the end of the day with you, and we'll do movie trivia. See you guys in a bit. Sorry, I needed to pause the music there. All right, so I'm back, guys. It is time to take a look at the numbers, but before I do, I want to kind of toast out the end of the day here. So two things. First off, I'm not sure which I should do first. You guys tell me. Is it better to do when you're toasting? If you have one sad thing to do and one happy thing to do, which do you do first on your toast? I'm not sure of the formalities behind that. Which one do you do? Which one do you do first? The sad first? Belarkey's saying happy first. I don't, I don't know. I don't know which one to do. Just spill it. Okay, sad one first. All right, sad one first. So I'm gonna do two different toasts. So to Pele. Growing up as a young child, my most favorite football hero of all time, and my Michael Jordan of soccer, to Pele. Um, by far, probably one of the most incredible soccer players ever in all time. Cheers to Pele and his life and the impact that he's had on people's lives and playing football. Cheers. Oh, that's a good drink. All right, next one. Myself says you said you don't. I never said I didn't like football. I don't think I've ever said that. I don't like. I maybe don't like watching it, but I don't like. I never said I don't like football. Um, the next part, toast. Eric, my brother-in-law, who does price predictions with us on a daily basis. His birthday is I believe it's his 41st birthday. 41st. It's hard to say 41st. 41st birthday is today. Today. So cheers to my brother-in-law on his 41st birthday. Thank you so much for your tireless effort, and you get nothing out of by waking up every single morning and giving me your price predictions before market open. I appreciate your tireless efforts that you put in and being a part of this community and making giving us that valuable prediction on a daily basis and just being, I guess, part of part of my life, man. I really cherish the time we get to spend together. I love shooting with you, and you're a good guy. So happy 41st birthday to Eric. Cheers. He's really kind of a competitive kind of guy. Well, like he's like one of those like really kind of easygoing competitive type people. And I love that about him because he's like he's like super humble, super humble. So like he's always pushing me to maybe like do something a little bit, and so it's really fun to just kind of hang out with him because it's that camaraderie and pushing each other to just do something a little bit better is always kind of fun. I like it, but. The choice drink of today, Jay, is always the same thing. It is an adventurous ape, which is 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. I know it sounds incredibly weird, but it is indeed a magnificent drink. You never would have guessed, but you got to make sure you use some really good tequila, like Raspado. I'm using 1800 today, Raspado 1800, and then Kahlua. You guys are probably over here sitting here going like, "Are you serious? You literally mixed 1800 with Kahlua?" Gotta live it rich sometimes, guys. But yeah, cheers to Adventurous Apes. Cheers. All right, here we go. Time to get into the numbers before we get into movie trivia. And let me tell you, boy, do we have a movie picked out for today. Probably one of my all-time favorite comedies. Not all-time favorite. It's definitely on the top 5 though. It's in the top 5. And the funniest thing about it is that this particular comedy that Danny picked out, which we won't name yet, was I went to Korea one time to Seoul, Korea, and we took some people out to go see a movie, and we picked this particular movie. And I didn't know that in Korea it's not acceptable. Bathroom humor is not really considered to be acceptable humor and that didn't go over so well apparently. But I did know this. I had no idea. Bathroom humor is not okay. So, just mental note for self. Some type of humor doesn't transfer well over from one culture to another. Mm. I'll tell you what, this the 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua tastes like a smoky whiskey. It's exactly what it tastes like. All right. Myself says no Dick Cheney jokes in Korea. Oh yeah, there may be some truth to that. Who knows? Give me 1 second here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts specifically that you want me to comment on until you see the Herbie back up on the page again. Also, 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it for your account, as it could be something that prevents somebody from being able to get into your account, have access, and screw you up along the way. That would really suck. When you are setting it up, make sure you set it up with 2 devices that can receive the passcode. In case something should happen to your primary device, you'll have a backup. Alrighty, let me move a couple screens around and we'll get right into it. Starting with the off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through the off exchange and EDGX combined. So far on AMC for the day today, we've had 58.72% and EDGX at 12.11. Grand total between the two is 70.83. That is 4.83% higher than it should be. Also do note that the CHX volume is larger than what it has been over the last few weeks ago, when we used to see about 0.25% going through that exchange. Today it was 0.6% of the total daily volume. However, the 30-day average is 0.67. That value of that volume is at 104,000 shares. Just throwing that out there. On Ape, 69.89% going through the off exchange. Nice. 5.5 through EDGX. Grand total is 75.39. That's 9.39% higher than what it should be. CHX volume is elevated by almost 4 times the amount of total daily volume that we see through that exchange, with 101,000 shares trading through there. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume under par. HYMC CHX volume 0. Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.3 million shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. It's now 1.53. That's going to have a slight effect of increasing that short share interest of the free float to 21.67%. Cost to borrow minute 262.13%. Average cost to borrow average at 298.93 and max at 327.96. Shares on loan for the day today was up by like 20,000 shares. All of that in new short interest. Shares on loan at 179.35 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago, there was 406,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. There's been no change in the last hour, leaving the short share interest of the free float at 7.43%. Cost of our minute at 11.66, average at 12.52, and max at 13.33. We had about 600,000 new shares in new short interest on Ape, leaving the shares on loan at 33.31 million shares. On the options, highest amount of volume at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 21.5 thousand contracts. There's now 22.9. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was 5.7 thousand contracts. It is now 6.6. Market's kind of settling for a closing price around $4 on AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.60. We did get what I might consider to be a small breakout of this kind of trend in here, but not very large. I honestly think that we're pretty much just consolidating right now, is what it looks like to me. Might be getting a little bit of a break to the bottom side. Looks to me like they're going to retest. It looks to me like what they're going to do is retest $5.54. Looks like they're going to wait until the aftermarket hours to break this either direction, either up or down between this descending level of resistance and this Fibonacci retracement at 554. So we might actually see the breakout kind of come a little bit earlier or later in the day at around 1614 to 1705 ish Eastern Standard Time. Orders by Fidelity customers out of Ape, AMC, and GME. Ape is the first one on the list here with a 68% buy to 32% sell ratio. GME is the next one on the list here with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. And AMC coming in at exactly 60-40 buy-sell ratio. That's the bare minimum that I like to see on a buy-sell ratio on AMC. It was doing a little bit stronger earlier today, but it kind of weakened a little bit as the day went on. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would have been at $3.46. Ape was triggered on SSR. We had 1.305 would have been the new trigger point for SSR for the day-to-day, which we did not reach. Shares available to borrow. No new shares have been borrowed in the last hour. Actually, since 9:48 this morning, actually, so it's been quite a while. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today was about 400,000 shares, and fees were at about 114%. Massive, massive fees. NASDAQ is up 2.64, Dow Jones is up 1.03, the S&P 500 is up 1.76. We have 5,474 advancers and 1,308 decliners. The market is slightly more declining than it was an hour ago, but still cooking with that bacon grease because it's looking hot, nice and hot and tasty. Watch out for those traps because it is based off of low volume. DXY is currently down 0.53. WTI is up oil is up 1.74. Mortgage-backed securities on MBB and VMBS are up rather 0.38 to 0.46, and SPY is currently up 1.83%. Taking a look at the VIX, down 2.85. VB is up 2.1. VBR is up 1.73. Tesla is up 6.97, Amazon up 3.01, Cinemark up 3.35, Doge is down 0.18, Bitcoin is up 0.29, GME is up 2.12, HYMC up 6.74, HUD up 3.44, CS up 2.81, NCMI down 1.34, Ape is up 2%, and AMC is up 6.25. On AMC, there's approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow, roughly. It's actually a little bit more than that, but I'm not going to count it. 18.58 million shares traded after, let's see here, 355 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 20.41 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares in pre-market. Looks like we're going to hit that. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.42, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure with the divergence of the vortex indicator, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.45, which is slightly below average. Looking at Ape, we have approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 28.54 million shares traded so far after 355 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 31.3 million shares traded before the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares. Looks like we will hit that. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.98, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.12, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more. This one's a hard one to tell. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.55, which is below average. little bit of a drop out there on Ape. It looks like it was barcoding and then suddenly dropped down to 144, and then drove back up again. And let's see here. I guess I can see what you guys are writing now. We got about 3 minutes more before movie trivia time. Okay, let me pull up trivia here. All right, I've got the movie trivia. Get rid of this right here. Alrighty, guys, go ahead and hit live. Danny R. picked the movie for the day today. It is a comedy. All right. Well, we'll start exactly at about right almost exactly at 2:30 here. Comedy movie. Anybody for some guesses on what comedy movie it could possibly be? I kind of gave some hints already. Anybody want to guess? Meet the Fockers is not a bad guess. That's kind of funny. Yeah. No, that's not it though. Nope, nobody's gotten it yet. We got about 1 minute more here, and I'll start. Actually, we have about 30 seconds. Dumb and Dumber by Foot Calex is correct. Foot Calex, I'm going to give you a point for that. Congratulations on that point. Dumb and Dumber is the movie for the day today. First question of the day is: are you guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? How about now? Are you ready now? All right, here we go. Lloyd says, I got blank. That's our pet store name. What's the type of animal they specialize in? What is the name of the I got blank part? I got what? Worms by Danny R is correct. Danny knows this movie. Amazing. Danny knows this movie. I expect Danny to get a lot of points today. This is not fair, Danny. I don't know if this was such a great idea, but it's like I'm giving you the week here. Fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. Another fill in the blank. You ready? To get to the medical school, you go straight ahead and take a blank over the bridge. You got like a 50-50 chance here. Well, I guess you got more than 50-50. A left for Danny R is correct. You guys had like a 50-50 chance. Curtis was the only one that came in before him on an answer, and he said right. That makes no sense at all whatsoever. Oh, man. How much money was in the suitcase? How much money was in the suitcase? That is correct. $1 million by Jay Portage. Portage, sorry. Portugal. Jay. I don't know how to say it, even to this day. I know it's supposed to be after Portugal, but I don't know. Portuguese. I don't know, man. I'm just going to forever screw that up. And you're just going to have to hate me for it. Don't hate me, man. Portugal. Well, it's supposed to be after. He told me it was supposed to be named after Portugal, so I'm supposed. I think that's. I think that's supposed to help me, but it doesn't really help me. So I'm forever gonna be destined to get it wrong. Um, what state does Lloyd originally think Aspen was in? What state did he originally, not state what is it in? What state did he think it was in originally? Danny R for California is correct. Boy, this is so unfair. This is so unfair. Do note the second place winner today will be picking the movie for the week next week. All right. So at the end of the movie, there's a preservation benefit. What is the preservation benefit for? Owls for Curtis Soy. You told me how to say your last soil. Nah, I screwed that up too. I forgot Curtis, man. I wish my memory was better than it was. You told me how to swallow. That's right. Swallow. I just forgot, man. You can see why I would want to forget. You can see why I'd want to forget that. That is the correct answer. 1 point. Next. Ooh, here's a good one. When Harry is driving the dogs to the delivery point, how many dogs were in the back of the truck? That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a really, really tough one. When Harry was driving the dogs to the delivery point, how many were in the back of the truck? 6 for Danny R.
Danny R is killing it.
He is killing it. He picked the movie. He should be killing it. 4, 5, 6, 7 points so far. We got 3 more to go here. 3 more to go here. I can't pick that question. Let's see here.
Oh, I've never seen that movie.
What is the gate number? Oh, no, I don't want to do that one. Never mind, not that one. Nope, don't say anything.
I want the next one to read it because I think I know the answer. I never know answers.
What is the airline that Mary used to fly to Aspen? I don't even think this airline exists anymore.
Oh, that's a hint.
Mm-hmm. All my pilot. Where's my pilots at in here? Where's all my pilots at? TWA by Katie May is correct. Katie May, that is a great answer. Good job.
And a new person go in.
She's been here before.
No, I mean today.
First point down, yeah.
Yeah, first point.
Katie May, congratulations on the point.
Point.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 2 more questions to go. No. I gotta keep moving. Nope, I just gotta keep moving. What snack does Lloyd order at the bar? What snack does Lloyd order at the bar? I like giving him these. I need a specific for anybody who's giving me generalized answers. It needs to be specific. I love giving them questions like this because it's really funny to watch how they spell it.
Food is not specific.
I need a very specific Some of you guys are generalizing, and I want very specific what kind. Pistachios is correct by Darren Bowen. That is correct. I will not accept just nuts. I will not accept your nuts as an answer. Boughen. Darren, I got you down. All right, last question. Hold on a second here. When riding to Aspen on the little motorbike, what did Lloyd later say that he swallowed? Junebug is correct by Danny R for 5 points for the day. Holy moly! The crazy part about this is that the second place person of the week is going to have to pick the starting movie for next week, because there was a like 5-way tie between y'all on who got it. But let me go ahead and tally up the points here for the week and tell you guys who the winner for the week was.
Is there a doubt?
Yes, there is. What the heck? Where did my... Oh, there it is. I was like, where did my numbers go? Let's see here.
I'll read it. I can't. Your hands are
Food Cal X, all capitals. Food Cal X. I'm probably not dividing that up right. Congratulations on your first point of the week. Danny R collecting 5 points for the day today, giving him a massive jump ahead here. Jay Portuguese. Jay, congratulations on the first point. Let's see, Curtis Swallow. SOIL, soil. That's why it looks like soil. EAU. 1 point. Congratulations on your first point of the week. And Katie May, congratulations on your first point of the week. And Darren Bowen, did you get any points this week? Nope, this is your first point of the week. Congratulations on your first point of the week. All right. I hate to break it to you, Novocaine. I hate to break it to you. Danny did pull away with the first place position for the week. Congratulations, Danny R. In a rigged game, you pulled it out. You are the movie winner of the week. But there's a big but here. Novocaine, you get to pick the first movie going into next week. Don't tell me what it is. Don't tell me what it is, Novocaine. Don't tell anybody what it is. You get to pick the week because you came in second this week with 5 points. Danny had 8 points this week. Novocaine had 5. Third place goes to Censored Content with 3 points for the week this week. Hold on to that, Novocaine, that thought, because next week you get to pick it, the movie going into Monday. As there is no movie trivia, we do the back of the Big Tramp on Fridays. Do what you choose. Pick your poison wisely. And try to send it to me at some point when you can, either through a DM, through whatever. Are we friends on Twitter? Novocaine. My mom said smoke signals. Seasoned Curly Fry says, "Holy cow! The building I work in just caught on fire."
One of the smoke signals. Is he serious?
No. Well, yeah, I'm sure he's serious. But since his name's Seasoned Curly's, he probably there's probably some kind of like boiling oil somewhere. I'm just teasing. The Urn says, we are so numb to the rigged games. Casey, you should call the game Stock Market Movie Trivia. Brian says, I remember when the trivia used to be fun. Aw, Brian.
I knew the answer to one once.
Maybe we should play a new game next week. Can you guys beat my mom in movie trivia? Maybe we should play
Play math games.
math games. That sounds so lame.
Oh no, it's fun.
Math games sounds terrible.
Oh, come on. You will.
It's me says music trivia next week. Music trivia, but that like takes away from the whole like movie theme though. It's me. It's like it's almost sacrilegious because it's it's like we're all about movies here, and it's like, oh, let's talk about well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. What we could do is I could play you guys the first couple bars of a song, and you could tell me what movie it's from.
You could play
Maybe that's what we could do.
one note.
Not one note. That's too hard.
One note, and if they can't get it, then you give them two notes. If they
No. That takes too long.
That's how they used to have it.
Yeah, no, it's way too long. That would take. Yeah, I could probably play you like maybe like the first 10 seconds of a song for a movie, and then have you guys try to guess the movie. We could also do that too. But I am gonna stick to giving Novocaine the ability to do movie trivia for Monday though. Novocaine gets to pick the movie. Then maybe Tuesday we'll do that. Danny says, Casey, you have to be the one playing it on your guitar. Pfft. Yeah, right. Fat chance. Oh, Papa Mac, you're right. I said Monday. I meant Tuesday. Papa Mac's absolutely right. The market is closed on Monday. Oh, guess what, Novocaine? You don't get a choice in movie. Oh, shucks. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You can have the choice for Tuesday. That was my mom, by the way. I stole her joke. She was over here saying it, and I just repeated it.
That makes you just as guilty.
Yeah, yep. But it was funny. It's okay if it's funny. If there's one thing I found out about comedy is that if it offends people, sometimes it's okay. It's really true. I've seen. Wait, oh, what'd you say, hon? Except on Discord. Oh, man, she's getting me harsh with burns today. Man, that was deep. That one ran deep. No, oh, my mom's grabbing the tinfoil hat. Don't touch the tinfoil hat.
Can I wear it?
No, yes, you can wear the tinfoil hat, but you have to be careful with it though. This is a national treasure.
It looks like Darth Vader turned backwards.
My mom says it looks like Darth Vader turned backwards. If we spray painted it, it probably would look a little bit like that. You can wear. What we should do is we should put you on camera. Oh my gosh, guys, hold up. Come over here on this side of me and show what everybody this looks like. This actually looks really, really kind of funny. I mean, it looks really good on her.
Yeah.
Look at the tinfoil. Look at the tinfoil. You guys can see how big my head is. She's got the tinfoil hat on over there.
Oh, I'm hearing things. Wait. Really? No.
What?
The things I'm hearing, amazing.
What are you hearing?
I can't tell you. I'll have to kill you.
That's very scary. Myself says, now put her in the oven.
I'm not a turkey.
Petrifier says, who has the helmet on? Oh, it's Kate. No, that's my mom. It's me calling you meatloaf. Darren says you look like Viet Cong.
What?
Man.
I have eyes under here somewhere.
Let's see
Oh,
here.
look, he's right. Max Payne.
Oh, yep. Max Payne. Ariel wants you to say, Luke, I am your father.
I don't think I can.
Okay.
Luke, I am your father.
It could have been a little deeper.
Well, I don't go very deep anymore since I got.
Whoa, whoa. This is a children's show, guy. Mom, this is a children's show.
I'm just saying everything wrong.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it, guys.
But you're thinking something bad. I can tell.
Oh, yeah. Shing. She said she's leaving. Man. Food Dog says I died. Oh man, just that was a hook, line, and sinker on that one. Captain Awesome's over here with it. Some Pantheon. If Pantheon, hold on a second. I'm gonna check and see if Pantheon is here. If he's here, he's not here right now. If Pantheon was here right now, I guarantee you that would have been clipped and turned into something funny later. Whew, that was funny. I really got her on that one. That's a real hot cochin right there for you. All right. That was funny. I just can't stop laughing. That was really funny. It was a great setup. All right. Well, like I said, it's only funny if somebody's offended. Z-Way says, Casey, you mind your mouth. Mother is a saint. Yeah, I know. She is. She is a saint. And it's funny. She actually punched me in the arm as she walked away, which told me that, it was even more funnier. It meant this is very funny. I'm walking away. Funny, funny, haha. Oh, man. That should have been really close. That should have closed us out for the day. You can't top that kind of comedy. Now, now we got to sit here for like 7 minutes of awkward silence. Can we just silence is golden. Silence is golden. I think we need a little bit of a bobblehead Ross moment here after that. This hopefully bobblehead Ross has something to add to this. Bobblehead Ross, what did you think of that joke? Was that appropriate?
And let's make some nice little clouds that just float around and have fun all day.
That's right. Just gotta have fun. It's all about just having some fun. Food Dog says, couldn't read the comments from the tears in my eyes. Z-Wade says, if that joke had been delivered at 2:59, you could have just rolled out. Rolled the outro. I know, Danny. I know. It's funny. It was pretty funny. I'm over here thinking to myself, like, there's no way. I don't. Mom? Oh, she went upstairs. There's no way she comes on tomorrow. There's no way. There's no way she comes tomorrow. She won't be on tomorrow. That's what I mean to say. She won't be on tomorrow here today, guys. That's a one and done. I didn't hear any doors slam. Casey, you're so screwed. After this is over, Pro Jeweler, you're so right. You really are. I'm gonna get a talking to him for this. I'm sure of it. I know it. She'd be like, "How dare you? You can't do that to me." I'd be like, I didn't say nothing. Oh man. You have to have fun in life. You have to laugh. If you can't laugh, what's the point? Mom, I hear your voice. Do you still love me? Huh? Who am I? Do you still love me? What's my name? Will you still come on tomorrow? She said, "Excuse me." Will you still be on the show tomorrow? Will you still be on the live stream? Hello? Oh, she doesn't hear me now. Oh man. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to issue a public apology here apparently. Mom, I'm sorry. For what? Oh, good. You forgot? Did you forget? I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Uh, yeah, she's fun. She's fun. You have to tease her a little bit, and then yeah. Danny says, Casey, you can tell your mom to do the buggy car noise when you drive off today. That'll get her back.
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Do you know how to do Herbie Herbie
don't.
voices? No? Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
I've been
done doing voices for you.
okay, all right. I'm not very good at Herbie voices either. I kind of suck at that, so I'm not gonna be able to. I try the best I can, but it's just kind of like the only thing I ever really remember about Herbie is the whole beep beep.
No, that's
That wasn't Herbie?
that's Miata's.
Oh.
That's all. Maybe it's all Mazdas. I don't know. Beep beep. What?
Oh, myself's over here saying replay it if she forgot. I don't think that's gonna happen. We'll see if we can get her to do the intro tomorrow. No promises. I don't. We'll see. We'll see if we can get her to do the intro in the morning tomorrow. Just so you guys know, she's over here standing next to me. Just so you can see, I'm not entirely in that much. I'm in trouble. I'm sure I'm in trouble. But she's standing next to me and she is touching my shoulder, and so she still
You
loves
can't
me.
see that other hand. It
She-
has a knife.
Yeah, she's about ready to stab me. I know. I'm gonna get in so much trouble after this is over. All right. So, anyways, we're still good here for the most part. So, guys, it's been a fun day today. I had a good time. Mom, thank you for joining in on the show today. I appreciate it, and just kind of keeping people entertained and laughing. Because,
I warned you I was going to do this.
well, yeah, no, this is fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Casey's gonna get a spank.
No, I don't do that.
She doesn't do that anymore. I got it. Did I tell him? Did I tell him the spanking story before?
Don't tell that story.
Don't tell that story. Okay.
Again.
Did I tell it before? So I did tell it.
I think you haven't
Oh,
told it
okay.
several
Apparently,
times.
I've told the spanking story before. Petra said, "Check behind her back." He also said, "Thank you, Miss Shaw."
It's my pleasure, you guys. I really like being able to communicate without having to type on my phone.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but she said she likes being able to communicate without typing on the phone. Tomorrow we get the back of the Big Tramp,
I know.
so everybody gets to come
I
into
can
the
stay
back of the Big
upstairs
Tramp
in
and we
my
can
bed
talk.
and talk.
Yeah. You can go upstairs and talk through your phone. Yeah. Sammy boy, gee, man, Sammy, jeez. Danny says, Casey, it's like when your kid does something bad in public, you just can't beat them in front of everyone. You have to wait till you get home. Oh man, yeah.
You look like you're in the back of the VW bug.
You know, I had other people mention if I was riding in the back seat or the front seat of the bug, and I never really. I mean,
You should have told him your legs are so long you have to.
my legs aren't that long. I mean, I
They
have.
must be. I
Well,
can see where you are.
yeah. I just need to. But the problem is, if I scoot the bug backwards, I'm right at the line, so it doesn't look as good. It's better from if it, I don't mind looking like I'm leaning like way back, like low rider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You should put. Oh yeah, you should lift that bug.
I should lift it. What do you mean?
You ever
Like
seen him lift lifted.
Oh, lifted. Yeah, yeah.
I wonder what it looked like to be a buggy that would be, 6 feet high.
Guys, we are closing AMC out today at around almost 8% for the day today, and Ape is around 2%. So we're doing pretty decent today. Not a bad day. The market overall did pretty decent. But do note, I just want to kind of take you guys back over just real quickly and just look at this. I do want you to see that volume on the daily. Let me kind of back out here. Hopefully you can see this on the daily volume. We are kind of in that time frame. There is daily volume right here. Notice that the volume is decreasing. Price is kind of trading sideways right now in regards to where the volume is moving to, but notice the volume falling. If price is rising and volume is falling, then you've got a bearish scenario set up, and we are right within the target range of falling out of the wedge that we've got kind of formed right here over the last couple days. So I think
so it's going to go from here to...
it's gonna, my thought process is it's gonna fall and hit 366, fall below 355, and then it's a free fall from there. So yeah.
Then can we have a trampoline at the bottom for free fall?
Nope, no trampolines for the SPY. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. It is that time of the day as usual, and you know what that means. All good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's the last trading day of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets for walks, they like getting out too. But above all else, oh yeah, go see a movie. That's what we're here to do, is to go see some movies as well to support our favorite company, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. And be nice to your mothers. Beep beep.
That was pretty good.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yes, it's me. I am the one who make you see where we belong. I'll be shaking like a leaf, all wrapped up in my dirty sheets. If I agree to what comes next, I will be faking with the best of them. It seems a crime I will commit without the difference of all the world's gifts. I want sweet, sweet, sweet. Could you taste it? Never, 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 never taste it. Do. All the time. Out of squeeze in the dead of night. All those faces come back to me. I'll be begging to swim the sea. Yeah, babe, I'll put your story, make you cry in all your glory. I need to quench the thirst of many to justify and make ready. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Could you taste it? Never, 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 never taste it. Never, 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 never taste it. This realization will be strange to show. If you're certain, you're invited to believe. These are the words I speak. These are the words I speak. A dislocation from where we once came from. Give sounds of artists as we want to go on. These are the words she speaks. These are the words we speak. Sweet, sweet, sweet. You taste it.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other all.